Hey everyone, welcome to this full stack web development course. In this tutorial series, we are going to build a complete school management system using Laravel, Inertia.js, and React from scratch. If you have ever wanted to combine Laravel's power on the back end with modern JavaScript front end without building a separate API, this is the perfect course for you. We are going to build a school management system from ground up that includes student, teacher management, class and subject management, authentication, authorization, rule and permission, file upload, localization, validations, reusable layouts, and many more. This course is structured into three sections: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. In the beginner section, we will cover all the foundational topics necessary to get started with Laravel, Inertia, and React. The intermediate section focus on practical skills, including the installation and usage of popular packages such as role and permission management, Excel integration, and more. We will also leverage tools like ChatGPT to assist with generating basic component and improving development efficiency. In the advanced section, we will dive into more complex features such as Laravel WebSocket, push notification, email integration, and variety of other advanced topics to enhance your application. For each video, there's also a dedicated GitHub branch so you can check out the code exactly as it was at the point in the video. Make sure to subscribe, follow along, and I will see you in the next video where we begin with the project setup. Now, the first step is that we have to set up our local environment. So let's see how we can set up our local environment so we can run our Laravel application and manage our database. So let's open Google, and in here you have to type Laravel, then select the first link that appears. After that, go to developers and select documentation. Then in the installation section, we have a title with the name of installing PHP and the Laravel installer. Click this. It will take you to this part. Now in here, they said that we have to have PHP and Composer installed in our machine. So let's go back to Google and type XAMPP. XAMPP is a free and open source web server which is used to run our application and manage our database. So let's click XAMPP installer and download. Now click download again and select the latest version of XAMPP. I am going to install version 8.2.12. So let's click download 64-bit. Now let's wait until the download is start. Once the XAMPP has been downloaded, now we have to install it. So let's install the XAMPP in our local machine. Once the installation is finished, now let's run the application and click the start of Apache and MySQL. So they have been started. Now let's minimize them and let's go back. Now let's install the Composer. So let's open the Google again, and in here let's type Composer and select the first link. Let's click the download in here as well and composer setup.exe. Okay, it has been downloaded. Now let's install the Composer as well. Install for all users. Yes. Next. 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 Okay. So we have installed PHP and also we have installed Composer. In here, one more thing we need is to manage our database. For that, I am going to use MySQL Workbench. So let's download that also. MySQL Workbench. Let's download this one as well. Download now. Let's download. Now let's install this one as well. Okay, let's open this one as well. Close this. Okay. For now, all the application that we need for our backend, it's everything is done. Now let's go in here for our front end. We also need Node and npm. So we are going to install this one and download the Node.js also. Okay, let's download this one, install this one as well. Now, finally, to all the tools that are required to run our Laravel application is done, but we also need an IDE to edit our codes. So for that, I'm going to use VS Code. You can use any IDE that you like or prefers, but I prefer VS Code because it's lightweight and faster and also have a lot of extensions that we can use. So I'm going to use VS Code. So let's type VS Code, install, download this one, download for Windows. Now let's install this. Okay, our VS Code has been installed successfully. Okay, our base code has been installed successfully. Now let's install Laravel extension in this base code. So let's go here and install Laravel, the official extension. So let's type here Laravel and let's scroll down. Okay, this is the official Laravel extension which will help us in our development process. So let's install this one. Another extension that I need is PHP extension. So let's search for that also. Okay, this is the extension that I am going to use. Install this one also. I already installed it. So you have to also use this. So these are the extension that we are really need in this project, in our Laravel project. The rest extension is all of them are up to you which extension you are going to install. As you guys can see in here, I have many extension for any use cases. So the rest are all up to you. Now we are ready to create our first Laravel project. Now that we have successfully set up our local environment, it's time for us to create our Laravel and React project. But for that, we have to enable zip extension in the XAMPP. So let's go to config, then click php.ini, and in here let's search for zip. Then we have to enable this extension by just removing the hash semicolon from this and saving it. Now let's start our Apache and MySQL. Then after that, we have to go to our C drive, XAMPP, then htdocs, and in here we have to open our terminals or CMD. And here we have to type composer create project Laravel/Laravel and give it our project name. So let's call it student management. Let's press enter. Now it will download Laravel in our machine. So let's wait until the downloading is finished. Okay, so Laravel has been downloaded successfully. Now let's close this command. We don't need it, and open our student management in a VS Code. So let's open it in a VS Code. And in here, let's open the terminal. So let's open the terminal. In here, we want to install Laravel Breeze for authentication. So let's type composer require Laravel slash Breeze dash dash Dave. Enter. Okay. Enter. Now this will download Laravel Breeze inside our student management project. So let's wait until the download is finished. Okay, so the download is finished. Let's clear our terminal. Now let's install Breeze in our project. So let's type PHP artisan Breeze colon install and press enter. Now it's asking us which Breeze stack we want to install. So we want to install React with Inertia. So let's type React, enter, and also we also want to in- install Inertia server side rendering. So let's type SSR and press enter again. And for the testing, we want paste. So for that, we will type 0 and enter. Now let's wait until the installation is finished. Okay, so the installation is finished. If we come to inside our composer.json, in here we can see now we have Inertia.js and also the Ziggy package. And if we go inside our route web.php, in here we have these new routes inside our web.php as well. Now, in the terminal, let's clear this. If we type composer run dev, it will run two commands. First, PHP artisan serve and npm run dev. It will run both of these commands. Now, our application is running, so we can see our application. So let's go to this URL. Now, as you can see, the application is running, so we can register and log in. So let's go and create a new account in here. So let's create a fake account, test@gmail.com. Give them a password as well, confirm password. Let's click register. Now we are inside our application. In here we can see our dashboard, our profile, and also we can log out as well. So here as our profile, we can update our profile, our name, our email, we can update our password, and also we can delete our account. So all of them are provided to us by Laravel Breeze using React and Inertia. Now that we have successfully installed our project and installed Laravel Breeze also, it's time for us to talk some little bit about the routes and Laravel and Inertia. So if I come to routes and web.php, in here I already have some predefined routes. For now we don't need them, so let's delete all of them and let's create our own route from start, so we can know how we can render a page and how we can pass data from the routes to our page. So first of all, let's create a new route. So in Inertia.js, when you are working with Inertia.js to create a route, you will type route colon colon inertia, then the URL, for example, students. Then after that, in the second parameter, you will pass the view path. So uh, in our case, let's create a view. Let's go to our resources, JS, not in the view, JS. Then in here we have pages. In here we will create a new folder with the name of students. Then inside this we will create a new file with the name of index.jsx. And for now we will just display a text in here. So let's create a React function component. So let's type export default, then function, and the page name is students. Then inside this, we will return a simple div for now. So let's type div and students. Now we have to pass the path of this index.js to our second parameter. So it's inside students folder. So students slash index. That's it. Let's save. Now, if we go to our browser, in here, let's type students, then press enter. We got our text as a student. Now, let's see how we can pass some data from our routes to our index.js and display our data in here. So for that, let's comment this out and create a new route. Then in the first parameter, let's type our URL, and in the second parameter, we will type our view path, which is students slash index. And finally, in the third parameter, we will pass our data. So in here, we will pass our data as an array, as a key and value. So for example, let's type here something like ABC and give it a value. Then let's create one more and give this one a value as well. So now we want to display this two data inside our index.js. So for that, first of all, we before our method, let's import use page. So let's type here use page from inertia slash react, and inside our function, we will create a cons and with the name of our parameters, which is a, b, c, and dd. Then we will set it to use page dot props. And finally, inside our return, in here we can access our props. So let's delete this one, and in here let's type students. Then in here in the first paragraph, let's display our first prop. So ABC, and inside this our first prop, and finally let's create one more, then display our second prop, so DV. That's it. Let's save everything and let's go to our browser. Now in here, as you guys can see, I got my both data, which is ABC equal to this and BB. Okay, for BB we did not get. Let's see. Okay, it's BB. We wrote DD. Let's save. Let's go back. Now we got our data in here, BB also. So if we change this to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and this one A, B, C, B. Now let's go back. Let's wait. Now we got our new data in here. Now, let's see how we can fetch the route parameters. For example, if you have a name in here and a last name and you want to display these two parameters in here. So let's see how we can do that. So let's go back to our project, and in the web.php, let's comment this out, and in here let's create a new route with the type of get and pass our students URL. Then after that, we will type slash and we will type the name of our first parameter, which is, for example, name. And you can pass as many parameters as you want. So in the second parameter, I will pass the last name. And in the second parameter of the get in here, we will create a callback function and pass the name and $sign last name as a parameter. Then inside this callback function, we will return. So let's type return inertia colon render, and in the render method, we will pass the view path. So in our case, it's set student and index. So let's type here student slash index. And in the second parameter of this, we will open an array, and inside this, we will pass the key and value. So the key will be something, for example, name would be $name, and last name will be $last name. Now let's save everything and let's go back. In here, let's change ABC to name, and this one also to name, and BBB to last name. Same thing that we wrote in here. So let's copy this and paste it here. Paste it, this one also here. This is optional. If you want to, you can change this also, or keep it as it is. So last name. Now let's save everything. Let's go back to our browser and let's press enter. Now we got our name and our last name, which we wrote in here. If I change this to student one, and the last name should be student last name, enter. Now we got our name as student one and also our last name as student last name in here. You can also make these parameters as an optional parameters by going to our web.php in here by just adding a question mark in front of your parameters. So let's add a question mark in here and give the a default value. So for example, the name by default should be guest, and last name also let's give him a default value as well. So last name user. Now if I go back and in here refresh, right now I'm getting student one and student last name. But if I delete this one, I will get the name as student one and the last name as a user. So if I delete this parameter as well, I got the name as a guest and the last name as a user. Now let's see how we can create a fallback route. So for example, if I type here a route which is not available in my project, I will get this 404 not found. We can create our own custom 404 page. So let's go to our web.php. But before this, let's create a new page. First of all, let's create a new folder in here. Let's call it errors. And in here, let's create a new file and name it not found.jsx and export default function and the function name not found. And in here, let's return a simple div in here. So let's say not found. And inside our web.php to display this page, we will just type route : fall back. And in here, we will create a callback function. Then inside this callback function, we will return inertia. So let's type inertia : render. Then our view path, which is errors in here, errors slash not found. Now let's save everything. Let's go back. Now let's refresh. Now we got our text in here as not found. You can add some styles and give it some more text the way you want. So this is how you can create your fallback route. Now, instead of writing all the logic inside our web.php, it's better to move all the logic to a controller. So let's comment everything out from our web.php and let's create a new controller by typing php artisan make controller and give it a name such as students controller. Enter. Now, inside our students controller, we can type our methods in here and access them inside our web.php. So, first of all, let's create a new method by typing public function index. Then in here we have to return our view. So to return a view in Laravel and Inertia, we will type return inertia, and in here we will pass the component path. So let's copy it from here and paste it here. Now to access this method in our web.php, in here let's create a group route. So let's type route controller, then pass our student controller class, and after that we will call our group function, and in the parameter we will create a callback function, and finally let's type our route in here. So let's type route get students and our method name, which is index. Now let's save everything and let's go to our browser, refresh. We got our page, but without a data. We can also return a view with the data also. So for that, let's go here, and in here let's create a new method by typing public function. Let's give him a name of with data, and in here again we will return inertia, then our component path, copy and paste it here. Then in the second parameter we will pass our data. So let's pass our data as an array. Actually, let's copy it from our web.php. So this is it. Let's cut it from here and paste it here and comment these. Now let's save and let's go to our web.php and create a route to access this method. So instead of this, let's comment, let's type route get students, then our method name, which is with data. Let's save everything. Let's go back to our browser. Now we got our data as well, BBC and DD. If we change this to, for example, 1, 2, 3, 4, and this one A, B, C, D, E, save. Let's go back, refresh. Now we got our 1, 2, 3 and A, B, C, D. Similarly, we can also move this route, which we pass parameters to the controller. So for that, let's create a new method. Let's type public function. Let's give him a name, uh, something for route parameters, and in here let's call our parameters. The first one is name and the second one is last name. Then in here is just let's copy everything from here because all of them are same. Copy, paste, and comment, save. Okay, and change this one to inner share. That's it. Now let's go and create a route for this. So let's type route get students slash the first parameter is name and the second parameter is last name. So let's type last name and finally our method name. So let's copy that from here with parameters, paste it here. Now let's save everything. Let's go back Okay, we forgot somewhere a semicolon or something. Let's go back, refresh. Okay. Now let's pass our first name. For example, the first name as a name and the last name as a last name. Enter. Yeah, we got our route parameters in here as well. Let's make them optional as well. So let's move this logic also to controller. First of all, let's clear all of them from here. Now let's move this logic also to the controller. So let's create a new method by typing public function. This time let's call this one with optional route parameters, and let's give a default value to our parameters. Name should be as a guest, and again last name should be the default user. Then inside here, let's move all these from our route. So let's move and paste it here. Let's uncomment. Okay, let's add inertia class here as well. So let's add it. Yeah, we are using the inertia class. Now this one is also done, and we can delete this one from here as well. So let's comment this out and create a new route with the name of the students and pass our optional parameters. So the first one is name and the second optional parameter is last name, and pass our method name. So let's copy that from here, paste it here. Now let's go back to our browser, refresh. Now we got a name and last name. If I remove the last name from here, we got name and user. And if I remove the name as well, we got our name as a guest and last name as a user in here. So it's better to move all your logic inside the controller instead of writing it in the web.php. Now, let's see how we can navigate through our pages using Inertia. So in here, I have two pages. One is student and another one is teachers. If I go to my resources, JS pages, I already created these two pages, student and index.js. To save time, I already created the basic structure of this and this one also. So I did not added anything special. And also if I go to components, in here I created the sidebar component where we will use to add our links and navigate through pages. So in here, let's create our pages. Inside our UL, first thing that I will do is create in the top, I will import the link from the inertia. So I will type import. Then I will import the link from inertia/React. Then inside my UL, in here I will type link and href and set it to the path or the URL that I want to redirect the user. So in this case, the students. And let's close this, give them a text label also. We forgot to create a li. Let's move it there. Now let's create one more for our teacher. So let's type here li, and inside this let's call our link and href and set it to our teachers. Then give them a text. Now let's save this. Let's go to our students page and import our sidebar. So let's import sidebar from component/sidebar and call it in here. Let's do same thing to our teachers.index.jsx. Let's import this, import sidebar, and call it inside my div. Now let's save everything. Let's go to our browser. Now I have my sidebar here. If I go click on the teachers, I have my teachers page. And if I click the students, I have my students page also. But here we cannot see which link is active. So let's go to our project. In here, I already created classes for each scenario. First, we have our style for our base link, then our active and our inactive link. To use them, we just have to add them inside our link as a class. So let's add it right here. So let's type class name, and inside this, let's delete this and use this one. Then inside here, first let's use our base link style, so base link classes. Then after that, we have to check that which page is active. To get that information, we have to use page from Inertia.js/React. So let's use this use page, and let's create a variable in here. So let's type cons and call it URL, then set it to use page. Then in here, you will check if URL equal to slash students, then use active classes, otherwise use inactive classes. So let's save this. Let's copy it to the teachers as well. Let's copy and paste it here and change this to teachers. Now let's save everything. Let's go back to our browser. Now here, as you guys can see, the student has been highlighted, which means this link is activate. If I click the teachers, the teacher link will get active. Now let's see how we can access our routes. Our routes have a name. So let's give our routes name. So in here, let's type name and give it a name of, for example, teachers dot list, and let's add a name for our students as well. So let's call this one students dot list, and let's comment these. We don't need them right now. Now let's see how we can access these routes based on their names. So let's go to our sidebar, and in href, and instead of writing it like this, we will just create a bracket and use route function. Then in here we will pass our names. So for the students, it's students dot list, and for the teachers, it's route teachers dot list. Now if we save everything and let's go to browser, as you guys can see, if I click the student page will appear, and if I click the teachers, the teacher page will appear. Now, whenever I change my page, or whenever I send a request to the server, if you guys notice in here, there is a progress indicator, that a line that goes like this. We can also change this in Inertia. If I come to Inertia documentation and scroll down in the advanced section, in here we have progress indicators. And if I scroll down, we have defaults. So in here it says, give us an example that we can change the color, we can delay it, we can include the default CSS, and also we can show a spinner. So let's see it in a demo right now in my student controller. In here, let's put this add a sleep function here for 3 seconds. Now let's save this. Let's go back. Whenever I click add students, it will take 3 seconds to load. So as you guys can see, this one. Now, if I want to change this, so let's change the color. So let's copy the color from here and let's go to our uh, app.js, and in here in the create inertia app, we have progress. We can change the color. So let's add the new color, save. Now let's go back, let them finish. Okay. So now let's click again. Now the color has been changed. We can add any color in here we want. And also, let's go back to the documentation. We can also show a spinner. So if I copy this and paste it in here, then set it to true. Now, if I go, so when I click the student, in the right side, I got a spinner also. So let's click at teachers. I got the spinner, and now the student, the spinner is showing. So if you want to display the spinner or change the color or any other settings that you want to do with the progress indicator, you can do it in your app.jsx. Even if you want to completely disable the progress indicator, you can do that also. So if you come to the documentation and scroll down in here, you can see you can disable it like this by just setting the value to false. So let's delete them, all of them, set it to false, save. Let's go back. Now let's wait. Now, when I click the teachers, I don't get the progress indicator. And also, if I click the students, there is no progress indicator and the page will directly show. So let's do it one more time. Nothing. Students, still no progress indicator. So let's go and undo our changes. That's it. Now let's go back. Click. We got our progress indicator and spinner back. Now, let's go and create our layout. So, let's go inside our resources, JS and layout. In here, I will create a new file with the name of dashboard layout.jsx, and inside here, let's import React first. Import React from React, and after that, let's import our sidebar also. So let's import sidebar from sidebar, and finally, let's create our default function by typing export default function and give it a name as dashboard layout, and we will also accept children as a parameter. So let's type here children. Then inside here, let's return our layout. So let's create a div with the class name of flex, and let's import our sidebar. Then after that, let's create a main section. So let's type main and give it a class name of flex the one. After that, let's create a header also. So let's type header. Let's type call this top header and give it a class name of bg white for white background. Give him a shadow as well and type p4. And finally, for our content, we will create a section. So we can add our children in here. So section with the class name of P4, and finally in here we will call our children. So let's type children. So our dashboard is ready. Now let's use this dashboard inside our students and teachers. First we will call it as a composition layout. So in the students we will call it as a composition layout. So for that, first of all, let's delete the sidebar from here. That first div also, just keep the main and import our layout, import dashboard layout, and let's warp all inside our dashboard. layout. So dashboard layout. Let's add this and like this. Now let's go to browser and refresh. Let's go to students. Now our layout is ready. In here we can see our top bar and also our sidebar here. But remember that we have used it as a composition layout. Now let's go to our teacher and call our layout as a persistent layout. So let's go to our teacher.js. First of all, let's import our dashboard. So let's type import dashboard layout and let's delete this first div, the sidebar from here. Then instead of exporting default, in here we will just call that function and we will export it at the end. So in here we will call export default, then our function name which is teachers. But before this, in here we have to add our layout. So for that, we will type teachers dot layout is equal to function, like function, and we will pass our page as a parameter. Then we will say return dashboard layout, and we will pass our children as our page as a children. So let's save this also. Let's delete this one. It's the sidebar. We don't need it. Now let's save everything. Let's go back to browser. Let's click the teachers. Now our teacher is also using our layout. Both of them are using our layout, but the students are using it as a composition layout and the teacher is using it as a persistent layout. You can do it any way you want. One more thing you can do in here, like instead of writing it like this, you can write it as an arrow function as well by typing teachers dot layout is equal to page and arrow, then our dashboard layout, and finally the page as written in the documentation. So let's go back, refresh, click students, teachers. As you guys can see, both of them working perfectly. Now let's see both these layouts in action visually. So let's go to our dashboard layout and the top bar. Let's show that timestamp. So let's import use state first of all. So let's use state and create a variable cons mounted at is equal to use state and new date dot to local time string. Now let's call this in the top bar mounted at and the date and time. So mounted at. Let's save. Let's go to browser. Refresh. Now in our teachers, we are using persistent layout. So when I click it again, the date time, the first time it's mounted, the date time will change. But if I click again, nothing will change. So let's click again, again, and again. As you guys can see, the time has not changed. But let's see what will happen when I click the student. So student, it changed the first time. Click again, it changed again. The more I click it, the time will change because composition layout remounts every time the page loads, but the persistent layout does not change it because it only mounts the first time. So when I click again, nothing happens, only my content will change, but the main layout, which is sidebar, top bar, these will not change. Now, let's see how we can create a shared data or a global variable where we can access it inside our all the pages. So if I go to my project and set up folder HTTP middleware, in here I have a handle inertia request middleware. Inside the share method, inside the return array, we can create our global variables and access it in our page. So for example, if I type here user name and type tester, save and go to my teacher's page, then to access that variable, we have to import use page from inertia.js/react. Then we have to create a variable with the same name as we give in here. So let's copy this and paste it here. Then we have to set this to use page dot props. Now we can access the username. So if I come here and create, write something, the user name is, then call my variable. So let's call this. Now, if I go to my teachers in here, the username is empty, and if I refresh, I got the username which is tester. Same thing we can do inside our students page. So let's go to our students page. In here, I already have a use page, so I will just type the variable name. So let's paste it in here. Again, let's type the user name is my variable name. So let's go back. I again in here I got the username as tester. So if you want to create a global variable, or if you want to share a data to all the pages, then you have to add it inside your handle inertia request in the return method of in the return array of share method. Now let's see how we can add multi language support in our application so the users can change our application language. So let's go to our project. In our project, I already created this language folder in my root directory, and in here already created that translations as a JSON to save some time. I have English translations, Farsi, Hindi, Pashto, and Turkish translations in my application. Now, the first thing that I will do is I will go to weak.config.js, and in here I will create a alias for my language folder to import them easily. So after the plugins array, in here I will type resolve. Then inside the resolve object I will type alias, and inside alias I will define the alias. So add lang, then slash lang. That's it. Then after that we have to install a package. So let's go to our Google, and in here we have to type React I18 next. Then we have to click the first link, this one link, click this one, then click on the quick installation and copy this code. So let's copy this and in our terminal paste it, then press enter. So the back package have been installed. Now let's go back to the documentation and scroll down. Now it says that we have to create this i18.js file in our project. So let's copy the name and let's go to resources JS, and in here let's create a new file with the same name that we copy it. Then inside here let's paste all these codes. So let's copy and paste it here. Now after that we have to import all our languages from our lang folder. So let's type here import en from at lang slash en.json. Now we have to do same for all these languages. So let's import all of them. Okay, so we have added all our languages in here. We have imported them. Now we don't need this resource. So let's delete this. Then in the resource, we will create an object and we will add all our languages. So let's create our object, and in here for en we have to type translation en. Now we have to do exactly same thing for all of them. So let's copy this and paste. Done. So we are done with i18.js file. Now we have to import this in our app.jsx. So let's import that. In here, let's type import dot i18. That's it. We don't have to change anything else inside our app.jsx. Just we have to import this. Now we can use i18 and translate our text. So if I go to pages and students, then index.jsx, to use that, we have to first of all import translations. So use translation from React i18. Then let's create our variable. So let's type const t and i18n and set it to use translation. Now we can translate our text. So let's warp all these texts in a T. So let's warp all of them. Now we have to do exactly the same thing for all the texts inside our student and teachers. So let's do it. Okay. So I warp all the text inside my teachers and also inside my students with a T. Now, if I go to my project in here right now, it's showing English. But if I come to i18.js and change language to something else, for example, Farsi, let's save this. And if I go now, all my pages, those texts that I change, work them with a T, they all change to Farsi. Same if I click to teachers, it changed to Farsi. And if I change it to Hindi, and let's go back, let's refresh. Now it changed to Hindi. Same we can change this to another language, for example, TR Turkish. Let's refresh. Now it's changed to Turkish. So now we need a method to change this dynamically with a select option or with a function. We don't have to change it manually each time. The user should be able to change it from somewhere from our application. So for that, so let's create a new component in here and call this language switcher .jsx, and let's import React from React, then import use translation from i18, and finally let's import the router also. So router from Inertia React, then we have to list our languages. So let's create icons languages in here. Then inside here let's create our the list of our languages. So I will add the languages code and label. So I did for all of them. And after this, we have to type export default function and our component name, which is language switcher. Then inside this function, let's call our i18 and T for the translation and set it to use translation. Now let's return a select option so the users can change the languages. So let's return and create a div label, give them a label of language. Then let's create our select option. So let's type here select, and for the option we are going to map through our languages and display them in here. So let's type languages dot map, and in here we will create an arrow function. So let's call our languages as a lang, then let's call our option. So for option we will set the key to lang dot code, and for value also we are going to use lang dot code, and for the text we are going to use lang dot label. So this is ready. Let's save this and call this one inside our main dashboard. So let's go to our layouts and dashboard. I'm going to display this in the header. So I'm going to add this in my header. So let's first of all import our language switcher. So import language switcher from our component, and in here let's call that. So let's call our language switcher. Now let's save everything. Let's go to the browser. Now our language switcher is here. We can change it, but when we change it, nothing, the language is not getting changed. So we have to call a function on change of our select option. So let's go and create that function. So let's go to our project, back to the language switcher, and in here let's create a variable with the name of change language and set it to arrow function with the e as a parameter, and inside this we will create a variable with the name of selected language or lang and set it to e dot target dot value. Then we will call our i18n dot change language, and in here we will pass our selected lang. Now let's save this and let's call change languages to in our select option. So in here let's call on change and call our change language, and also let's give him a value of i18 dot language. So now let's save everything. Let's go back, and in here let's change language to Farsi. Now the language has been changed. If I change it to Hindi, it's changed. But there is one problem. Whenever I refresh the page, it will reset back to the original language, which is English. So even if I change it to Hindi, now it's changed. And if I refresh, it's back to English. So for that, we have to save our language to the local storage and fetch it in here. So after that, we set the language to I18. In here, let's set the selected language to the local storage. So we will type local storage dot set item and give it a key of lang. Then we will pass our selected language. So selected language. Now we have to fetch this inside our i18.js. So instead of writing en by default, we will type local storage dot get item and give it set the name lang, and let's here give them a default value if it's not available or if it's not found. So in that case we will say use en as a default. Get item. Now let's save everything. Let's go back. Okay. So now it's Pashto. Now let's change it to Farsi. Let's refresh. Still Farsi. Now let's change it to English. Refresh. Still English. Same we can see with the Hindi as well. So let's refresh. Yeah, it's Hindi. If I go to another page, it's still Hindi. Now, still we have one more problem to solve, which is the data that we receive from our backend. This data is not changing. We are getting it as it is. So we want to get the translation of this. For example, if I go to my students controller, so let's go to our app, HTTP controller and student controller. Let's change them to name and this one to last name. If I come to browser, I refresh, I get them as it is. So I want to translate the data that I get from the server to translate that also. So for that, let's go to our project. The first thing that I need to do is to create a middleware. So in the terminal, let's type, let's make it up here. Let's PHP artisan make middleware and give it a name of set locally middleware. Enter. Now our middleware is set. Let's go and in the handle method of our middleware. In here, we will create a variable with the name of locally and set it to request query and line. So it means that we have to send the language in our query parameter or as a query string. If this is not available, can also check the session. So we can type session, check for locally. Otherwise, so let's set the default. So we will set the default to app.locally. So it should take the default system language. So if we send a language, then we have to set it to our application locally. So we will call app set locally and we will pass that local variable. Then we can set it to the session also if you want. So by just typing session and inside here you can type the key and the value. That's it. Now we have to register this locally as a global middleware. So we have to go to our Bootstrap app and in here we have to append it. So in here let's type middleware append and in here let's open the array. Let's type our middleware name set locally middleware class. Now, let's scroll down and let's go to our sidebar component and in all the places that we send our links, we have to pass our language code as well. So let's fetch our language code first of all from the local storage. So let's create a language variable and set it to local storage dot get item and let's get the language. If it's not found, let's set the default value to English. Now, let's pass it here. Let's select both of them and change this to like this and pass it as a query string. So let's call lang is equal to $lang. Let's save. Okay, let's add them in here as well. First of all, let's change these. Lang is equal to $lang. Okay, our sidebar is ready. Now let's save everything. Let's go to our project. Now we have name here and let's select that teacher. Now let's select the student again. Now we have our data in that translated form. So if I change it to Hindi, so the data has not changed. But if I click it, this one more time, the data has changed. And if I click refresh, we got our translated text. So let's fix this problem as well, because when I change it, and everything changed, but our data does not change. So we have to fix this one also in our language switcher. So let's go here. And after this, we have to type router dot get window dot location dot path name and set it to lang selected language. Then in the third parameter, we will type replace and set it to true. Then preserve scroll, set this one to true as well. And finally, preserve state and set this one to true as well. So let's save everything now. Let's go back. So let's refresh. Okay, we have our data in Pashto. So first of all, let's change it to Farsi. Now, when I change it to Farsi, my data which comes from the server, this also changed, and everything also. So if I change it to Pashto, it changed. Now, if I change it to Turkish, change all of them. And if I go to another page, come back, still we have our translated data. So refresh as well. Now we have our data English. Again, we have our data. So this is it. One last thing, if you want, you can also share the locally in your handle inertia request middleware. This is optional. If you want, you can just type the locally key and get the app and get locally. That's it. If you want to share it in all pages, you can do it also from your handle inertia request middleware. Now, let's create a table and display the list of all our students inside that table. So let's go to our project and inside our student controller. So let's go to our student controller inside my index method. Before the return, in here we will fetch all our students. So let's fetch them by typing student all. Now let's pass the students to our page. So for that, let's create an array in here and pass it as a key and value. So students is equal to $sign students. That's it for our controller. Now let's go to our students page. Let's go to our resources view, sorry, JS page. Then after that, students and index.jsx. Now in here, for a few seconds, I will pause the video and create the HTML part. So the length of the video should not go increase. Now I have updated my students index so that I just added this table and my table have table head, but I keep the table body empty so we can create it together. If I go to my browser, this is the page. It look right now. It looks like this: the student page and the empty table. So let's create the table body also to display the list of our students. So let's go to our project and in the before this, let's we don't need these variables. Now we have to call in here our students the same name that we gave in our controller. So it's better to copy and paste it here. Now in the table body we have to map to each student and display them. So in here, let's create a map. So for that we will type students dot map. And in here, we will create an arrow function with student and index. Then after that, in here we will return a tr with our columns that we want to display. So first I want to display the numbers like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So for that, let's create a TV, and in here let's call index class 1. Let's give him a class name also. So let's give him a class name of p dash 2. Now we have to do exactly same thing for all our columns. So let's copy everything from here. So let's copy them and paste them for more times. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Now instead of index plus 1, I have to call the student in here dot, then the column that I want to display. So for the first column, I want to display the name. For the second column, I want to display the email. For the third, gender. And finally, for the fourth column, I want to display the score. So everything is set. Now let's go save everything. Let's go to our browser. Now in here, I can see all the list of my students in here. So this is how we can display the data in our table. So you have to map all of them inside your table. But before that, you have to fetch all of them inside your controller and pass them with your view. Now let's go and create a pagination for our table, because right now in here, if I scroll down, I have 60 records. But imagine if you have around 1000 or 2000 or more than that records in your database, then this page will take a lot of time to load. So it's better to create a paginations where the user can change page number, and on each page we can display a certain number of records. So let's go to our project, and in here instead of all, we will type paginate, then give the number of records we want. So how many records we want to display in each page. So for example, I want to display 10 records. Now let's go back to our index, and in here, first of all, before doing anything, let me just show you guys one thing. So let's do the console.log and display our students. Let's change this back to all as well. Let's go to our project, and in here let's do a log. Now in here in the students, as you guys can see, so in the students array, it's showing all my records like an array, and each item have its own object. So if I go back and in here change all to page name, then give them 10 numbers. Let's go save. Let's go back. Right now, my data has been changed. So that my data is coming inside this data. If I open this, I have all my students. In here, I have some more information, which all of them belongs to the pagination, like current page, from, last page URL, path, to, total, all this information belongs to the pagination. We can use this information to create our pagination. So first of all, let's fix our data. So let's go back to our index.js, and in here in the set of students dot map, we will just type students dot data dot map. Now let's save. Now our records are displaying here. So right now we have 10 records in this page. So we have to create our page numbers as well. So let's go back, and for that, after that table, in here I will create a div, and after that this time I will map through my links. So if I open console object, I will map through all my links, because in here it displays all the pages. So 1, 2, 3, 4 up to 6, and we also have previews and next. So I'm going to use that link. Let's go here and say students dot links dot map, and we will use call it a link. Then the for key, I would use IDX. Then let's create a button is here for each of the page numbers button. And for the key of this, we will use the IDX. So IDX. Then I will set the disable to false to true if there is no link dot URL. And finally, I want to display the label as well. So for the label, I will type dangerously set inner HTML, and in here I will say HTML link dot label. Now let's save this. Let's go back to our project, close this one. Now I have my page numbers in here, but the style and design is not good. So I have to add a class name for this also. So let's go and in here let's create a class name as well. So I will give my class name of px3 py, and it should be rounded. Now let's go. Okay. So our pages are displaying in here, but right now we cannot change our page number. So for that we have to create a handler to manage the page change. So let's go back to our project, and in here let's create a function. So let's call it const handle page change and set it to arrow function. So let's call URL, and in here we will say if URL then router dot visit URL. Let's import the router as well from Inertia. So let's add it here, router. Now let's go back, and if I click page 2, we forgot to add this handle page change to our button. So let's scroll down, and in here let's type on click, and in here let's call our handle page change. So handle page change and pass the link dot URL. That's it. Now let's go back. Now let's change the page. So let's change page to page 3. I got the new data. So if I change it back to page 1, I got this data. Now if I click next, currently I am in the page number 6, and if I click the previews, my data as came for page number 5. So if I click page 2, it's displaying the second page data. Now let's create a filter also so the users can search based on name and based on email. So let's go to our project inside our student index, and after the header in here let's create a form. Then inside this form let's create a input with the type of text and placeholder. Let's give them a placeholder as well. So we will say search students, and also let's create a button as well to submit the form. So let's create a button, set the type to submit, and let's give them a text as well. So T then search. Okay, let's save everything. Let's go back. Now we have our input and our button also. Now let's give him a default value for our input. So let's type here value, and let's give him a default value. So let's create a variable. So let's type here, let's call it search, and by default let's give him an initial search. So this will come from the browse from the back end. Now let's create our own variable. So let's create here cons, then search and set search. Then set it to use state, and by default it should be initial search, or if it's not available, empty string. Now let's save this. Let's add it to our input. Now let's set the on change of this to e and set our set search. So set search should is equal to e dot target dot value. Now let's create on submit of our form. So in here we will type on submit handle search. Now let's create this method. So let's create this function. Let's type cons handles and do cons handle search and set it to arrow function with the e as a parameter. Then in here we will define our logic, which is first we have to prevent the default behavior of our form. So prevent default. Then after that we have to submit our data. So for that we will use the router dot get and our URL. Then we will pass our data. So let's pass the search, and for the options we will set the preserve state to true and also replace to true. So our front end is ready. Now let's go to our controller and create our backend. So for that, in my index method, first thing that I need to add here is that I need to accept a request. So for that, I will type request $ request. Then after that, let's create a variable with the name of search and set it to request input search. Then after that, before pagination, in here we will type when $search. If search is available, then we will create a callback function, and in the callback function we will pass query and our search as a parameter. Then inside this callback function, we will say query where name like and our percentage sign. So let's add our percentage sign, then call our search and again percentage sign. Again, we have to do exactly the same thing for our email. So for that, we will type or where email like percentage sign $ search and again percentage sign. That's it. Let's save everything. Now our controller is also ready. If I go to my browser, in here, if I type search based on name, so let's copy this and paste it here. Click search. I got my record. And also if I search based on email, so let's search this, paste it, click search. We got our record in here as well. But there is a small problem. For example, if I search anything, let's say I search based on B, click search. Right now I have 3 pages. If I go to page 2, I get my record and also I get all the pages again. So if I search, let's say this time C, now I have 5 pages of a result. If I click the page 4, now all the pages are coming back. To prevent this in our controller, after the pagination, in here we will type with query string. That's it. Now let's save everything. Let's go back. refresh. Now let's search B, click search. Now I have 3 pages. Click page number 2, page number 3. Now I don't see all the page numbers. Oh, if I search based on A again, okay, we have 6 pages. C. Now I have 5. Click 4 page, nothing here. Now our page numbers are also fixed. Now, one last thing, that whenever I search anything, let's click search and I go to another page, my search input is getting deleted. So I want to display that also. So for example, let's see this time with B. I have B, but if I go to second page, it's gone. Now to fix this, just in the return, we will pause the search. So we will type search and we will set it to search. That's it. Now let's go back and in here, let's type this time B, click search. We got our result, click second page. It's still here. Now click the still here. Now, let's add a sorting option also so the users should be able to sort based on any column they want. For example, name, email, or gender. They can sort the records. So for that, let's create a variable for sort field. So let's type sort field is equal to request input sort, and the default option should be ID. Then after that we need the sort direction. So for that also we will create a variable and set it to person request input and direction and give it a default value of descending or DSC. Now before the pagination, in here we will type order by and set that to sort field the first parameter, and the direction we will use the sort direction variable. That's it. Let's pass it to our page as well. So in here, let's pass the sort to sort field and the direction as well. So we will type direction to sort direction. That's it for our controller. Now let's go to our index.js, and in the top in here, let's accept the sort and direction. So let's type sort and direction. Then let's scroll down into our table head. In here, we want the user, when they click the table head, then it should sort. So for that, let's give all of them a class name. So let's give all these table heads a class of cursor pointer. So whenever the user move the mouse over each of them, the cursor should change. So right now it's changing to the pointer cursor. Then after that we have to define on click for each of them. So let's type on click, and for each of them we have to call a function with a parameter. So we will call that function as handle sort, and we will pass the column name. So for the first column, the first one is ID, the second column is name, the third one is email, fourth one gender, and finally score. Now let's create our function. So let's scroll up, and in here let's create our function. So let's type const handle sort and set it to arrow function. Then in here we will send our field name. So let's first of all, let's create a variable for our direction and set it to sort. And if, let's check here if the direction is available, otherwise we will set our default direction. So if sort is equal to field and direction equal to ASC, then in that case we want it to be as DSC. Otherwise, ASC or ascending. Let's fix this one also. Okay, this part is done. Let's fix this one as well. Now let's send our data to router dot get our URL student, and for data we are going to pass search, and we are going to pass sort, which is field, and finally we are going to pass our direction, new direction. And let's not forget our options as well, so let's add them here. Let's set the preserve state to true, and also our replace to true. Okay, this is done. Now let's go back to our browser. Now when I click name, it will sort based on name, and if I click the email, it will sort based on email. Same for gender and score. Now let's display a arrow key for each column that we have sorted. So let's go back, and after our handle sort, in here we will create a new function. So let's call this one render sort arrow, and let's create our arrow function also in here. Then in here we will check if sort not equal to field, then return null. Otherwise return direction equal to ascending. If direction is equal to ascend, in that case use this arrow function, arrow key, sorry, arrow symbol. Otherwise use this arrow symbol. Now let's call this render sort array to our table header, and we will call it before the after the text. So before all of them, after all of them, let's add our function. Let's call it here like this, and pass our field name. So for the first one we will pass the ID, for the second one name, for the third one email, and same for gender and score. Now if I go to browser, in here I can sort based on name, and the arrow is showing up, which means ascending. If I click it down, I click it again, it will display the down, which means it's descending. So we can do same for email and gender, and also same for the score. Now let's see how we can submit a form. So for that, to make this video shorter, I already created this form, just the HTML part. If I go to my students and create.jsx, in here as you guys can see, it's only HTML part, nothing else. So now we are going to use this form and submit our data to the server. So let's see how we can do it. So first of all, in the top we have to import use form. So let's import that from Inertia.js/React. So let's type import use form from Inertia/React, because we are going to use this helper. Then before the return we are going to define our variables. So let's create our variables, const data, then after that set data, and finally post, and we will set them to use form. And inside this we are going to define all our columns that we want to use. So for name we are going to use the empty string, same for email, then for age all of them are empty, date of birth, Gender, let's say by default it should be M, and score also empty is score, empty string. Now we have to set all these to our inputs. So whenever a user type, it should change these. So in our input, first thing that I want to do is to set my default value. So value is equal to data dot the field name. So let's copy it from here and paste it in here. Then after that, we have to define on change. So whenever a user type anything, this data should change. So let's type on change, and in here let's create an arrow function with the e as a parameter, then call our set data, and in here define our name. Then we will say e dot target dot value. That's it. Now we have to do same for all our inputs. So it's easy to copy. So let's copy this and paste it here in the email. Change the name to email. Let's copy it again and paste it here. And let's do it for the date of birth, for gender as well. So we have to do this for all our input fields. And finally for score. Now let's go and create a function to handle our form submit. So after our fields in here, let's create a new function. Let's call this handle submit, and also let's create a arrow function in here. Then inside here, first thing that we have to do is to prevent the default behavior of our form, which refresh our page after sending the form. So we want to prevent that by typing e dot prevent default. Then after that, we have to use our post to post our data. So we will type post and we will type our URL. So it would be students dot store. That's it for our, sorry, we forgot to call this inside our form. So in our form in on submit, we have to call our function handle submit. Now our front end is done. Let's go and create this endpoint or URL in our web.php. So let's copy this and let's go to web.php. In here, I will create a new route with the type of post. Then I will call it students, and I will create a method inside my controller with the name of store. Now let's give the name also. So name will be student.store. Now let's go to our controller and create this method to save our data inside our database. Let's go inside our student controller, and after the create in here we will type public function store, and it will accept a request. Then let's create a new variable with the name of student and set it to our student model. Now we have to call all our columns in here. So it's better to just copy it from here because they are same. Let's copy them and in here paste. Then we have to type $sign student name or all the field is equal to request all the fields. And finally, let's call student save. After it's saved to database, we want to redirect the user back to the student's main page where all the list of students is. So to redirect, we will just type return redirect, then route and our route name, which is students dot index. That's it. Now everything is set here also, and inside our create.jsx as well. So if I go to my browser and in here I type something like test1 email test at gmail.com, age 20, date of birth, for example, this here, gender female, score 44. Now clicks save. It's saving and we got an error because of user ID. So let's give them a default value. Student user ID is equal to 1. Now let's go refresh our page. Now let's type test1 test at gmail.com, age 30, date of birth, let's say today, gender female, score 66, click save. Now our record has been saved to our database. So to create a CRUD in your control, you have to create these codes, and for the in your create.jsx you have to use a use form helper to submit your data. Now, let's see how we can upload an image also with our form. So first thing that I will do after the score inside my data, in here I will type the image also, and by default I will set the value to null. Then let's scroll down and create our input. So let's scroll and copy this, paste it below it, change the tag to file, name to image. For this we don't need the value, and on on change we have to change score to value as well, to image as well. Then in the second parameter of set data we will type e.target, so instead of value we will say files and index of 0, or that's it. Now if I go to my project, click create. Now I have my file upload option also. Let's change the title as well. So let's call this image check. Okay. So our front end is done. Only we have to add our input field or file, and also in our data we have to add the image. Now let's go to the controller, instance controller, and before the save, in here we will check if $sign request has file with the name of image. Then in that case we will put our image to inside our storage folder. So for that we will say path is equal to request file image, and store this file to students folder inside public. So this will move our file inside our storage folder. If I scroll down inside my file, storage app, and it will add it inside public folder. Then after that we also have to save the image path to our database. So we will say student image is equal to $sign path. That's it. So and this is a part of our backend, our controller, where we check if the file exists. We will move the file to our storage folder and save the path to our database. Now let's go, and in here let's fill this form. So this is our name, age is 18, female, and let's choose an image. So let's select this one, open, and click save student. So our student is saved. And if I come to inside my storage app public, there is a folder with the name of student. And if I open this is our image. And also if I go to my students table, select all. Now as you guys can see, the image has been also, the image part has been also saved with our data. So that's it for the image. We just only have to add the image inside our data. Now, let's go and add some validations, because if I go to my form right now and click save, it will give me an error. This error, to prevent this, we will create a validation. So the user should add the required field. So let's go back to our project and let's go to students controller and the store method. Before our student, we will create our validation rules. So let's type here validated is equal to $ request validate, and in here we will open an array. Then inside this array we will add our validation rules. So for example, for name, I want this to be required and it should be string, and finally the max character should be 255. Let's add for all the fields. So let's copy this, add for email. So the email is also required and the type should be email. And finally, for each email, I want it to be unique. So for that, I will type unique and my table name, students, and the column name that I want to check. So students is my table name inside my database, this one, and I want to compare it, check it with this field email. Then for the age, I want this also to be required and the type should be integer. Minimum age, let's type the minimum age should be 1 and the max age should be like 150. Then for date of birth, let's say the date of birth should be nullable. It's not required, and the type is also date. We don't need max for that. Then for gender, let's call this one also required, and this one should be only M or F for male and female. So for that, I will type N, M, comma F to only accept these two value. After that, it's a score. So for the score, let's make this one also required. And let's say it's also integer. The minimum should be 0 and the max should be 100. And finally, for our image. So for the image, I will say it should be nullable. So the image is not required. It's optional. But if there is an image, the type should be image and the type of image should be GPX, GPEG, PNG, and the max size of this should be 2 MB. So for that 248. That's it. So our back-end validation is done. Now let's go to our front end and display our validation errors. So right now, if I go to here and click submit, I don't see any error. Why it's not submitting? So we have to display all the validation errors in our form. So let's go back to our create.js and in our use form, we have one more option with the name of errors. So we are going to use this, and after each of our input fields, we will just say errors dot the field name. So this one is name. Let's copy this, paste it here, and if there is any error, then in that case we will display a let's display a div with the error message. So error dot name. Now we have to do exactly same thing for all our fields. So let's copy and paste it here. This is email. Let's copy it again, paste it here. For age, again we have to repeat this process for all our fields. Date of birth, gender. This one is score. And finally our image. So let's add it here also. So let's call it image. Okay, that's it. Now let's go back to our form and click save a student without filling our form. So let's click save. Now we got our validation errors. You guys can add any style in these fields you want. So now if I fill this, let's fill, click save. Our form has been submitted. So here is our student. So this is how we can create our validations. Now, let's see how we can create a flash message. So, for example, whenever a user creates a record in our system, a message should display here that a record has been created successfully. Let's see how we can create that flash messages. So, for that, first of all, inside our student controller in the create, whenever we are done with the return, we will send a message. For example, we will type wait and give it a key. For example, success. Then after that, we will pass our message. So for example, a student created successfully. Then after that, we have to go inside our middleware handle inertia request, and in here we have to pass our flash messages to all our page so we can access them. So for that, we will type flash, and in here we will open an array. Then we will pass our key which we wrote in here. So let's copy this and paste it here. After that, we will write an arrow function. So function, and in here we will say date request session date the success. That's it. Now we can access the flash inside our JSX files. So let's copy this and let's go to our index student.index, and in here that we define our use page props. In here we can just add the flash. Now we can access our flash messages. So if I scroll down, and in here if I want to display the message, I will say flash dot success, and then after that we can display our message. So in here we will can type flash dot success, or let's add it in a div so it will be better. Okay, now let's go and let's refresh this page. Let's create a student, fill the form, click save. Now we got our message in here. Student created successfully. Now to display it properly, we have to add some style. So let's go back to our project, and in here let's add a class name. This class name, you can get this class name in the source code in my GitHub repo. Now let's save. Let's go back. Now it's displaying like this, but right now it's permanent and it's displaying here always. If you want, you can add a timeout also, so it should display in for 2 or 3 seconds as you want. So for that, we have to create a new variable. Let's create a new variable and call it message and set message. Then by default, let's give them a default value of flash dot success. Then instead of flash dot message in here, and here we will call our message. So let's replace them, and after that, let's create a set timeout, and inside our set timeout, we will get our function, and we will say set message to null after the time, for example, 2 seconds. That's it. Now let's go create a student, click fill it, click save. We got our message. It will disappear within 2 seconds. We forgot we added equal here. Now it's done. Let's go and create a new student. Click save. Now let's wait 2 seconds. It's gone. So this is how you can display a flash message inside your Inertia and React. Now let's see how we can edit a record. For example, let's add a button in here So whenever the user clicks it, it should redirect him to the edit page, and from there the user should be able to edit a record. So let's go to our project, and inside our index.js in the table head, let's type here, let's add one more column with the name of action, and at the end of our table body in here, let's create a TD. Then we have to create a link. For now, we will keep the link of the href of this empty. Then let's give him a class name. So let's give him a class name for style and call this link edit. So for now, this is just empty string. Now, if I go to browser, I have my buttons, but for now it does not do anything. So let's create a link for this. Let's go to our web.php, and in our student, in here we will create a new route. Let's call this route student slash edit slash the ID of student, and we will create a new method inside our controller with the name of edit. So let's go to inside our student controller, and in here let's create a new function, public function edit, and we will accept the ID. Then inside this we will create a new variable with the name of student and set it to our student model. So students where ID is equal to ID and get the first one. Then we have to return our page. So we will type return in inertia colon render, and we will pass our page location. So that would be student slash edit. Then after that we have to pass our data. So we will pass it as student. That's it. Now let's go and create the edit page of students. So let's go to our resources JS, and inside our students folder in here let's create a new folder with the name of edit.js text. In here we have to copy everything from our create method. So let's press Ctrl A and copy everything from here, paste it inside our edit.js, copy and paste. Then let's change the function name from create student to edit student. After that, we have to accept the student also as a page prop. So we will type here student, and we have to give all these fields that values of students. So first of all, we need the ID. Let's type here ID is equal to student dot ID. Let's do for name also. Actually, let's do it for all. Student dot the field name Excel, and for gender as well, student dot gender. Let's change this text to edit, and finally the button to update student. Now let's go to our web.php and add this link to our index edit button. So let's go to our student index, and in here in the link we have to pass our link. So it's student slash edit slash the ID. So for ID I will pass it like this, $ bracket student dot ID. That's it. Let's save everything. Let's go to the browser. Now let's edit this student and click edit. Now we are in our edit page. As you guys can see, all the values are predefined in here. The same thing that is in that record. You can change anything if you want, but right now we cannot update this student because we have not created that backend or the controller for this. So let's go and create the controller for update as well. Let's go to our students controller, and in here let's create a new method. Let's call it public function update, and we will accept request $request. This is also mostly same as our adding part. So it's easier for us to copy the store. So let's copy everything up to the return and paste it in our update. So let's add it here. The first change that we have to do in here is in our validation. Right now, we also want the ID. So we will type ID. The ID is required, and also it should exist in our students table in that ID column. Then after that, we have to change the email. Right now, we have defined the email to be unique. We can in here we can also mention the ID as well, so it should not check the ID and it will allow us to edit. So let's add a comma in here and pass the ID as a request ID. Then we have to change our model. Right now we are creating a new one. For edit, first we have to find our student. So let's fetch our students colon where ID is equal to % request ID, and let's fetch the first one. So we don't have to change anything else. Now let's go to the file. Right now we are adding the file, but since we are updating, if we have to check if there is a image available, then we have to delete the old image from our storage. So before adding it, let's first check. Let's type here if student image and if storage disk public, and if it exists there's some student image. In that case, we have to delete it first. So we will say storage disk public delete $student image. That's it. And the last changes are, first we have to change save to update, and in here instead of saying student created successfully, we have to say student updated successfully. Now this is also done. Let's create a route for this one as well. So let's go to our web.php, and in here let's create a new route. Let's call this route post, and let's call it student update and the update method. Now let's copy this inside our edit.js6, and in the handle submit in the post in here in the state of student.store, we will add our URL. So we don't need the route, just slash student update. That's it. Now let's go back, refresh. Okay. So let's change the name, change the email, just add 111, change the age, for example, to 30 and score, for example, to 90. Now click update. Our record has been updated successfully. Now you can see the updated record and edit again. We got all the changes that we brought. Now let's go and create a delete button as well. So the user should be able to delete a record. So let's go to our project and inside our index.js6. After the edit button in here, we will create a new button for delete. So let's create a button and give them a text of delete. Then on click of this, we will call a function with the name of handle delete, and we will pass the student ID. Then let's give him a style as well. Okay, student dot ID, no need ID. Now let's go and create this function. So let's go up before the return. And here let's create the function. Let's type const handle function is equal to pass the ID, and in here we will say if, because we want the user to confirm it before sending it to the server. So we will type confirm, and we will pass our message. Are you sure you want to delete this student? Then if the user press OK, accept it, then we will pass our ID to this route. So route dot visit route, and our route which we will create in a moment, students dot destroy, and we will pass the ID. Let's add the method also of this. So let's change the method to delete. That's it for our front end. Everything is set. Now let's go and create this route. So let's go to our web.php, and in here we will type route colon colon delete student slash destroy, and we will pass the ID. Then we will type the method name which we will create in our controller. So destroy, and let's, because we are using in here, because we are using route, so we have to give this route a name as well. So let's give him a name of student dot destroy, same name that we wrote in our index.js, same name. So our route is also ready. Let's go and create that destroy method inside our student controller. So let's scroll down, and in here let's create our method, pass the ID as a parameter. Then inside here, first let's fetch the student. Let's call it student is equal to student model, where ID is equal to $ID, and fetch the first one. Then we have to check if this student have an image. Then we have to delete the image also before deleting the student from our database. So in the update method, we already did that. So let's copy this one, the code, and paste it here. Now, after the image is deleted, then we can safely delete the student by calling student delete. Now, let's return back the user to the students.index with the message of student deleted successfully. That's it. Let's go to our project. We have our delete button. Let's delete this student. So the ID is 82. Click delete. Are you sure you want to delete this student? Okay. So it did not delete. I think there is a problem. Let's check the console. Route.visit. Okay, it's not route, it's router. Let's go back to our index.js, and inside our handle delete here, router. Now that's it. Now let's click delete again, confirm. Okay, now it has been deleted. If I delete another student with the ID of 81, click OK, it has been deleted. So student has been deleted successfully. Now that we have created the edit and delete button, it's time to create a view button to view the student details and image of the student. So let's go to our project, and inside index students index.js, after the delete button, in here we will create a new link to redirect us to the view page. So let's create a link and give the href of this to route student dot show, and pass the student ID. So student dot ID, and give him a text of view. So let's go to the web.php, and in here let's create the route. Let's type route colon colon get student slash view, and we accept the ID of a student. Then we will create a new method with the name of show, and let's give him a name as well. So student dot show. Now let's go to the student controller to create the show method. Let's go in the down in here. Let's create a new method with the name of show and accept the ID. Then let's fetch our student by creating a new variable and assigning student to this variable. So students find or fail and pass our ID. Then let's return the inertia page by typing in return inertia colon render and give it the path of our view file. So in here in my student, I already created this view, but it's only the HTML part, nothing special now. So let's use this view inside our student. Let's call it, let's type in here student slash view. And also let's pass our student as well. So let's type here student and $sign student. That's it for our controller. Now let's go to our view.js. To access the students in here, we have two options. Either write our students in here like this, or we can have another option to use page prop from the inertia. So I'm going to do that. Let's delete this from here, and in here let's create a variable with the name of student and set it to use page. And don't forget to import it also. My ID automatically imported, but if your ID does not, you have to add it and import it from inertia React. So let's continue. Use page dot props. Now we can access our student and we can display the student in our view. So let's display all the fields. So first let's display the student name. So in here to display the student name, I have to just type student dot name. Now we have to repeat this for all the columns. So let's copy and paste them in here and change the name. So for the email age and date of birth. So date of birth, then gender, and finally the score. Now let's save. Let's go to our browser and click the view. So let's click. We got an error. We this type we wrote the use page like this. It's a function, so we have to add the brackets. Now let's save. Let's go. Okay, we got the student detail. We got the name, the email, all the detail. It's time to display the image of the student. So let's go to our VS Code, and in here we are going to display the student image. So for that, first of all, I have to go back my student controller, and after fetching the student in here, I will fetch the create a new variable and set it to student image, and I will call this image URL. And in here I will check if the student have image, then in that case we will fetch the student image from our assets. So we will type asset, then the part of the asset which is a storage, then after that in the we will pass the student image. So $sign student image, otherwise we will display null. Now we can access our student image using image URL. So let's go back to our view. In here let's type img and source is equal to student dot image URL. That's it. Or let's add a condition to check if it's null or not. So let's, before writing this, let's type here, check here if image.url available. In that case, display the image. So this one, let's paste it here. Otherwise, else just display no image. So let's create a div, and inside here, let's type no image. Okay, that's it. Now let's go to our project. We got no image. So let's go to our student and create a new student with the image. So let's choose a file. So I'm going to choose one of these files. Okay, this one, this image. Click save student. Our student has been created. Now click view. Well, we did not get no image, but we got the path is not found. So this is the reason, because we have not linked our storage folder with our public folder. We are storing all the images inside our storage app public, and in here we have our storage. But to access it, we have to move all of them to our public folder in here. So we have to move it here. For that, in our terminal, we have to type php artisan storage colon link. That's enter. Okay, php artisan storage link. Okay, it's done. Now let's go back, refresh. Now we got our image and our student detail. You can fix the image using some classes or styles. The rest is done. So we can fetch our image like this and in the controller like this. Now, let's see how we can handle errors in our Laravel project. So in here, I have a create a student form. In here, if something goes wrong, how we can display. So let's create an error intentionally. So in my store method, in here, I will create a new column which does not exist. So for example, this column, I want to give them a value. So this value. Now, if I go to my form, fill this, click save student, I will get an error like this page. And if I go to my .env and set the app debug to false, now the user or the person will see only 500 server error, which is not meaningful. So let's fill this back. See, the user will get this error, which does not give any meaning, and it's hard for us also to understand what happened. So for that, first of all, let's undo this. Let's set the app debug to true, and let's keep this. Now to solve this, we are going to use try catch block. So first we will write try, and inside our try block in here we will write our code, everything. So let's move everything from here, cut them and paste it here. Now after that, in here that we wrote our actual code, then after that we will type our catch to catch any error. So we will type catch, and in the parameter we will type the exception. So we will call our exception and $e. Then inside this we will type our error. So we will say return redirect back. So this will redirect back the user to the original page that it came from. For example, in our case, in the create student. So then after that, we also want the user inputs. So anything the user type, they should be back, or like the name should not be empty. The name should be filled, same as validation error. So we will, for that, we will call with input. And finally, if we want to pass the error message, we can do that also by typing with errors, and inside here we will pass our error message. For example, let's say error, and in here say something went wrong. That's it. Now let's save and let's go to our create.js, and after here to display the error message, we have to call our error. So the same errors that we wrote in our use form, which we use for our validation, we are going to use that. So for that, let's type here errors dot error, or same thing that we wrote in here. So error, let's copy this and paste it here, and then we can display our error. So in here we are saying if any error is available, then display the error. So let's create a div, and inside the div let's display our errors. So errors dot error, that's it. Let's make it a little bit readable. Now let's go and click save student again. Okay, fill it, click save. We got our message, something went wrong. Now for us, for developer, this is hard to debug what went wrong, what was wrong. We are just getting this error message, nothing else. So for developers, for ourselves, we will log the error. So we are going to call the log inside our catch. So let's type here log. Let's import it also. Then colon error, and inside here we can call our errors. We can, so first of all, let's give him a message. So let's say error. Then in the second parameter, we can pass our error. So the first thing that I want to see is the message. So I will type message, and to display the message and see the message, I will just say $e get message. Now let's save everything. Now let's go back, click save student. We got something went wrong in here. And right now, if I go to my storage folder, logs, in here I have a laravel.log. If I click this, I get my error. So here it is the message column not found. This column is not found in the table. Now, if I remove this column from here, let's save this. Let's go back to our project and click save. The student has been created successfully. So right now it has been passed. So do you catch an error or display a custom message when you want to an error happen? You have to use try catch block. Now that we have understand how we can handle an error in our Laravel application, it's time to understand one more concept, which is DB begin transaction, DB commit, and DB rollback. So what are they and how we can use them? So in here in my student, I have the user ID, which means that I have to create a new user for each student and save the user ID in here. So let's start by creating our user. So let's say user is equal to new user name is equal to $sign request name user email is equal to request email and user password. Let's give them a default password and make it hash. So hash colon make and give them a default value of password, then save it to the database. Then after that, we have to assign the user ID to our student as well. So in the state of 1, right now we will just add the ID of the student. So now we have our student with the user. So if I go to my create student, fill the form, with this is the name and this is the email. Click save. The student has been created. If I come to my students table, so the student here is created, and if I check the user has been created also for this student. So now let's see what will happen if we face any error in this part of our code. So for example, let's uh, add a fake column in here. This is the column and this is the value. Now let's save. Let's go back, create. Let's give them a test 222 email also. For example, test222 at gmail.com. Age, let's say date of birth, score that much, save student. Now we got an error and okay, there's here say, okay, we got an error, something went wrong. But if I come to my controller, my database and refresh the users table, in here that user has been created. But if I go to my students and refresh, in here we can see that the student has been not created, but the user has been created. So to prevent this, we will use a concept which is called DB begin transaction. So after my try in here, I will start a database transaction. So I will call DB begin transaction. Then just before the return in here, after that save, I will type DB commit, and if anything goes wrong inside my catch before the return in here, I will type DB roll back. So at the start, we will start the transaction, and if anything goes wrong, we will roll back. Otherwise, we will commit the changes to our database. So now let's go, and in here, let's create a new student. So let's call this test33 and give them a test33 score as well. The age is also 33. Now click save student. Okay, we got our message. Something went wrong. Now, if I check my users table, and scroll down. In here, the user has been not created. Same with the student. The student also not created because we got an error. It rolled back all the changes that we did inside our database. So now if I remove this and go back, click save, student created successfully, refresh my database. In here, I can see my student, and also in the users, I can see the user of the student as well. So whenever you are working with two models or two tables, always use try and debit transactions to prevent any mistakes inside your database. Now that we are creating the user for each student also, let's see how we can fetch the users of each student. Let's create our one-to-one relationship. So for that, let's go to inside our student model. So model student.php, and in here we have to create our relationship. So we will type public function user, and in here, because each student have a single user, in that case we will type return $sign. This belongs to then our user model in here. So user colon class and the user ID or foreign key. Now our relationship has been created. To use this relationship to fetch the users of a student, so let's go to our show method in here to get the users also. Before the find or fail, we will type where and our relationship name. So in our case it's user, so let's copy it and paste it here as an string. Now let's go to our student slash view page. So student view. Now in here, let's display the user information as well. So if I go to student view now, I only have the student information. In here, I want to display the user information as well. So let's scroll down, and in here, let's first of all check if student have a user. In that case, display the student information. Otherwise, let's add our else also. Otherwise, just say no user information. So let's show the information, user information. So let's call a p and say name, and in here we have to type student dot user, then the column name that we want to fetch. So for example, name, and let's do same thing for the email as well. So let's change the name to email and this one also to email. Now let's save everything. Let's go to our page. Now I got the user information as well. So the name is this and this is the email of the user. So this is how you can create your one-to-one relationship by typing return. This belongs to the model that or the table that you want. Now let's create a dashboard to display the summary of our students, teachers, classes, and other information that we think it's helpful for the user. So let's create a dashboard. Let's create a controller first of all by typing php artisan make controller and give it a name of dashboard controller. Then let's go to inside our dashboard controller and let's create a new method public function index, and inside here we are going to return our view. So return inertia render, and we will pass the path of our dashboard. So if I go to my resources view, JS page, in here I already have a dashboard which is the default breeze dashboard that we have created in the beginning of the page. So I don't want that. So let's rename this and add an old in here, and we will create our own dashboard. So dashboard.jsx. Now let's return this dashboard. Let's type here dashboard and pass our data. So for the data, I want the count of students. So for that, I will type the student model students count same thing we can do for teacher and classes also. So let's change it to teachers, and instead of students model, we will call teachers model. Let's do it for the classes as well. Classes. We can also right now let's pass the subjects as well, but we will pass it static, then we will add it later. Now let's create a route for this to access this method. So in the top in here, let's create a new route with the type of gate and call this dashboard. Then we are going to call our dashboard controller colon class and index method. You can let's give him a name of the dashboard as well, dashboard. Now let's go to our browser and let's access the dashboard in here, dashboard. Okay, we are in the dashboard right now. There is nothing inside our dashboard. So let's add some JavaScript and HTML. So I will pause the video and add all the HTMLs and class names. Then we will work together with the data and JavaScript part or inertia part, React part. So welcome back. I have added all the HTML classes names, everything that is required for our project. If I open my browser, right now you can see this is the view of our dashboard. So in here we are going to display the count of our teachers, students, classes and subjects. And in here we are going to make a bar chart. So first of all, let's add our students and the teachers count. So let's go in the top, and in here we have to import use page so we can access our data. So let's type import use page from React Inertia, and in here let's create variables to access our data. So in here we have students, teachers, classes and subject. Let's copy all of them and paste them inside our variable. Then let's add the commas as well. Now let's set all of them to use page dot props. Okay, now we can access all these. So in the students in here, I will just call the students. Same thing for the teachers. I have a place here. So let's call the teachers, then classes, and finally the subject. Let's save all of them. Now let's go back. Now I can see the count of all these. So I have 100 students, 20 teachers, 50 classes and 12 subjects. Now let's go and build our chart. So for the charts, I'm going to use recharts. So let's click on the install, and we need to run this in our terminal. So let's copy this, and in the terminal let's clear the space that and press enter. Let's wait until the installation is finished. Okay, it's done. Installation is done. Now we can use the charts. So let's go to examples, and I'm going to use this simple bar chart. Just want to display the count of students and teachers on each month. So let's copy everything from here. Let's copy the import and add it into our dashboard. Paste it here. Then let's copy the data and add this also inside our function before the return. Then finally we have to also copy the chart itself. So let's copy it from the responsive container up to the end. So let's copy this and paste it in the here. Now let's go to our project. Right now I have this chart, but the data is not my data, just a dummy data. So let's go and add our own data as. So let's go to the dashboard controller, and before the return in here, we are going to fetch all the students and teachers and show them based on created the month. So for that, the first thing that I need is my months. So I will create a months array. Let's add all of them, January, February. Let's pause the video so it does not become long. Okay, I have added the array of months. So let's create the count of our students based on group by month. So for students, let's create a variable and call it student monthly. Then in here we are going to fetch our students and we will type colon colon select row. Then in here we are going to get the month of created at. So let's type created at as month. Then we also want the count of all the students. So we are going to type count of all as total. Now we have to group all of them and also order all of them based on the month. So we are going to type group by month and also order by month and gate. Now we have to do exactly same thing for our teachers as well. So let's copy it and paste it here. Change the student to teachers. So instead of student, teacher, and change our model to teachers as well. Teachers. Now our data is ready, but one thing, if we go to our dashboard.js and scroll up to that cons data that we copied from the documentation of the chart, you can see we need a data in this structure which should have name, UV, or anything. Instead of these, we can use our student and teacher, but we need the structure of data like this. So for that, we have to change the structure of our data. So first thing that I want to do in both student and teacher, want to get the total and month from for each of them. So and it's after that get in here in both of them, I will type plug and I will fetch the total and the month. Then I will create a new array with the name of chart data. So let's create a what array chart data. By default, it should be empty array. Then we will create a loop and add our months and our teachers and students inside the chart data. So let's create our loop in here. Let's create for $sign month is equal to 1 and until month is equal is smaller or equal to 12, make the month plus plus or incremented by 1. Then inside this loop I will add my data to the chart data. So for adding inside the array, we will type chart data array is equal to our new data. So first of all, we want the name. We will add the month as a name. So months, and in here because we are starting from 1 and until 12, so we are going to say month minus 1. So it will become 0 and fetch the first one. Then I will add my students. So also student monthly get month comma 0. Let's do same thing for the teacher as well. So teachers and teachers monthly get also month 0. That's it. Now let's pass our chart data with our view. So let's copy it and pass it in here. Let's call it chart data and our chart data. Now let's access it inside our dashboard.js by adding it in our use page or here. Now we don't need this const data, so let's delete this one. Now let's go to our chart and in the data here in the data we will call our own data chart data. So let's copy this and replace it with our own chart data. Then in the bars in here in the data key, first we have to add our students, then teachers. So let's copy them from here and go to our dashboard and the bar data key. For the first one I will use the student and for the second one I will use the teachers. That's it. Let's save everything. Let's go back to our browser. In here, now we got our own data which shows the total of students and teachers in each month. So in the March we have 10 students and 1 teachers. In the August we have 8 students and 2 teachers. Same for all the months. Now, let's create our own registration page where we can register our users. So, if you guys remember at the beginning of the series, when we installed Laravel Breeze, by default, it added some default route. At that time, we deleted all those routes and say we will cover them later. So, this is the time to cover all of them because we have already covered the basics of Inertia.js with Laravel. Now we can understand that how we can pass a view and how we can pass our data. So right now these are the default routes which we have deleted it before, but now we can use these routes. In here there is one thing that we have not covered which is required dir auth.php. It just includes this auth.php inside our web.php. So if I inside my routes, there is a file with the name of auth.php. In here, if we open this, we can see all the authentication routes are here. We can use the register, login, forget, all the routes are here. The reset and also verify email, changing password and log out. So we can use this auth.php inside our web.php. Now, if we go to inside our project and click register, this is the default Breeze registration page. Now that we have covered all the things inside the pages, let's go to auth and in here register. Right now that we have covered all these, we can we know that what is use form, what is data, how we can send data, how we can submit data. So it's time for us to use ChatGPT and create our own pages faster. So in here I already wrote this create a Laravel 12 Inertia.js and React register page, and it created this page. So we are going to copy this and add it there. So let's copy all of them and let's go to our project. Instead of this register, I will just rename this and change it to old. Then in the auth folder, I will create another file with the same name and paste my code. Now, if I go to my browser, as you guys can see, my page has been created in a few seconds. So in here, if I scroll down, as you guys can see, it also uses use form and my field names, which are the name, email, password, and password information. That all the default fields that Laravel uses for registration, and the rest are validations, inputs, all the things that we already covered. So let's create a new users. Let's call this, for example, abc3abc at gmail.com, and give them a password as well. Click register. Okay, it has been registered. Now only our dashboard have a problem. Let's check. Okay, and this is the reason because we are so added this dashboard. We already have a dashboard here, but Laravel is going here. So we don't need this. Let's comment this. Let's go back. Okay, now we have registered successfully and we can see our dashboard. And if you guys want this registration page, you can always come to the student management Laravel React and Inertia repo, and you can copy all the codes from here. And also, if you click the branches for each branch lecture, we have all the branch where you can see all the changes. And if you click view branches, all branches, you can see all the list of the branches that we have covered. Now let's do exactly same thing and use ChatGPT to create our login page as well. So we can have our custom login page. So let's go to our ChatGPT. In here, I already gave the prompt and it generated the login page for me. So let's copy this and let's go to our pages, or in here, let's rename the default login to login. You can replace it, doesn't matter. I just want to keep it. So login old, I will create a new login page.js and paste the code here. Now let's save, let's go. Okay, so our login page is also ready. We can log in our application. So let's write our email abc@gmail.com and let's type our password as well. Enter. Okay, we have successfully logged into our dashboard. Now let's create a log out option also so the users can log out from the application. So let's go to our project and let's go to our layouts, then our custom layout, dashboard layout. In here to log out, we just need to provide a link or a button for the user to redirect him to the log out URL. So for that, let's create a function in here. So let's type cons handle log out, and in here we are going to use the router. So we will type router and don't forget to import the router as well. Dot post, then we will pass our route. So we will say route and the route name, which is log out. And if we come also to our auth.page inside our routes auth.php and search for logout. So let's search for logout. In here, you guys can see the name is logout. So we are going to use this name. Now, this is done. Let's create a button to call this function. In here, I will create a button. So let's type here button and on click of this, on click is equal to set it the def handle logout. Let's give him a text of logout as well. That's it. Now let's go back to our project. Let's log in abc@gmail.com password. Okay. Now we have our logout button. Just with this little styling, we can fix this also. So just let's click the logout. Okay, we are logged out. So let's go back to login. We have successfully logged out. So to make this video shorter, I took the help of ChatGPT. You guys can take also because we already covered everything in the login page. We have covered the form and also the how we can create the functions. Now let's go and create some rules and permissions so the students cannot access the teachers and the teachers should not be able to delete the classes or edit the classes. Only admin can do this. And also students should only view their own record, not all the list of the students. So for that we have to install a package, Sparty. So let's go to Google and in here type Sparty/Laravel permission and click the first link from the Sparty. Let's open this. Now, after it open, we have to go to the installation in Laravel. Click this. Then in the installation, first we need to install the package by running this command. So let's copy this and in our project we have to paste. Then in the terminal we have to enter. Now let's wait until the installation is finished. Okay, so the installation is finished. Now let's go back, scroll down and copy this code to publish the migrations and config files. So let's copy this, paste it also in the terminal, enter. Okay, this one is also done. Now let's scroll down. Okay, we have to run optimize clear our cache, paste, enter, done. Now we have to run the migration. So let's copy this, paste again, enter, done. Now we have to add this thread inside our users model. So let's copy and let's go to our app HTTP and model, then user.php. In here we have to type has roles. And don't forget, if your ID does not automatically import, add this in the top of your class. Now let's go back and after this we have to go to the middleware. So in here let's scroll down. Here it's middleware. Let's click this and in here we have to register our middlewares as well. So in the package middleware, here we can see we have to define these middlewares inside our bootstrap/app.php. So let's copy everything from here up to this part. Let's copy and let's go to our app bootstrap. So bootstrap app.php and in our middleware in here we have to paste this. So paste, save. So the installation is done. Now we can create our permission and rules. Now let's create a new controller for our rules and permissions. So let's clear everything from here and let's create a new controller by typing PHP artisan make controller role permission controller and let's press enter. Okay, our controller is ready. Now let's go and in here, let's create a new method with the name of index. So let's type public function index and in here we will return our roles page. So we will type return inertia colon render and we will create this roles slash index. Also, we have to pass the roles. So for that, we inside the props array, we will type roles and we will call our role model. So role from Sparty package all. That's it. Now let's go and create our role slash index. But before this, we have to create a route for our index. So let's go to our web.php. And after my classes, I will create my roles here. So in here, let's create a new group route with the prefix of roles. And let's create group, our callback function. Then in here, let's call our URL. So slash it should go to roles and permissions controller. So role permission controller and index method. Let's give them a name as well. Name should be roles.index. Now let's go and create our index.js. So let's go to our resources JS page and in here let's create a new folder. Sorry, new folder with the name of roles and inside this we have to create a new file with the name of index.jsx. Now let's go to our classes and let's copy the index.jsx codes from here and paste it inside our roles because most of the things will be exactly same, so no need to waste the time. So let's paste it here and right now we have classes. First of all, let's change this to roles index, then change the prop that we are getting from the backend. So let's copy this and let's replace this with roles. Then we don't need delete delete this one. After that, let's go to our table. Here we need the number, name. We don't need the teacher. Let's delete it from here and from the table body as well. Then we have to change the classes to roles dot map. No need for data. Delete and also let's scroll down and delete the pagination part because we don't need this one part also. For the buttons, we are going to set them later. For now, let's just keep them and everything is set. Now let's go to our browser and let's head to roles page. Enter. Now we got our roles table. Let's change some classes here also and change it to roles and any other place classes. I don't think. Okay. Right. Okay. The button we have. Let's change create role. Okay. So our table is ready. Now let's go and create our create role page. Now let's go to our project and let's go to role and permission controller. In here, let's create a new method with the name of create. Then in here, we are going to return our inertia page for the create. So inertia render and pass our page. So we are going to create roles slash create and let's go back to our resources.js page and inside our role in here let's create a new file with the name of create.js. Then in here let's create our page. So again to save time, let's copy it from the classes create.js. Let's copy everything from here and paste it here. So for our roles, we only need that name. We don't need the description. These things, let's delete them and change that create class to create role. Now let's go to our form. Just keep the name and delete the rest. So let's delete up to here. We don't need these. Then let's change the route also from classes.store to roles.store. That's it. We don't need this. Let's delete teachers as well. Create role. I think we are done. Let's create a route for this as well. So let's go to our web.php. Let's go to web.php, and in here we need to create two routes, one to display the page and one to save our data. So the first route will be get, and it will be /create. We will also use the role permission controller class and the create method. The name also is so roles dot create. Then for post also we are going to make a route. So /roles, and we are going to create a new method inside our role permission controller with the name of store. Let's give it the name as well. Same thing that we mentioned in our create. So same thing, roles.store. So let's copy this, and in here name should be roles.store. Now let's go and create our store method inside our role permission controller. So let's type public function store, and this will accept request. The first thing that I want here is to validate the request. So I will type request validate, and I will say in here that the name is required, and also it should be a string. Then finally we also want the role to be unique. So for that I will also type my unique validation to check inside our roles mode table. If I come to my database, when we run install the Sparty roles and permissions and run migration, it created these tables. Roles, role has permission, model has roles, and finally this model has permission. So when we are going to use our roles model, sorry, table, so in here roles, and it should check the name. All the names should be unique. Now let's save our data to the role table. So let's type role is equal to role model, uh, enter, create, and inside create we will call our name key and pass our name that we get from the user. Then finally let's return the user. So let's return, type here return redirect to route and roles dot index. So we will have to redirect the user back to the table, and let's display a success message also. So let's type with success and say role created successfully. So everything is set. Now let's go to our browser and check if everything is working fine. Click create. Okay, first error that we forgot to change our route from the classes.create to roles.create. Then let's go back. Now let's click again. Okay. Now let's give him a name. Let's give him a student's role. Click save. Role created successfully. And in here we can see our role. Let's create one more role for our teachers. So teachers role, and one more I will create for admin. So admin role. Save. Okay, we got our roles. So we got student role, teacher role, and admin role. Now, let's go and add our permissions inside our database. So to add my permissions inside my database, I will create a seeder by typing PHP artisan make seeder and give it a name of permissions seeder. Then inside this permission, let's open this permission, sorry, this seeder. And in here, in the run method, I will create an array with the name of permissions. Then inside this, I will add my permissions, all permissions that I want. So if I go to the project, in here, I want permission for classes, teachers, students. And if I open all of them for each part, add, edit, delete, view, I need permission, and also for the main page. So for each of them, I will create a permission. So let's go back to our project, and inside this array, we will type our permissions. So for example, view students, then another permission, create students. Same thing we have to do for each of them. So I will do write all of them. Now I will pause the video and write all the permissions inside this array, and we will continue. Okay, so these are my permissions: view students, delete students, edit teacher, edit class, create user, and finally manage roles. Now let's add all of them inside our permission table. So let's create a for each loop, and in here let's call our permissions. Let's make it plural permissions as permission. Then in here, I will just call my model, which is permission model, permission colon first or create, and I will pass my permission. Now let's go to the database seeder and call this seeder and execute it. So let's go for now. Let's delete these and comment this once. And in here, let's call the seeder by typing this call and the permission seeder class. Now in the terminal, we have to type PHP artisan db seed to run this seeder and add our permissions and set our database. Enter. Okay, it's done. Now, if I go to my database in here, inside my permission table, I have all my permissions. Now, we have to assign, let's go to the roles. Now, we have to add permissions to each role. So one role can have multiple permissions. So let's go to our project and inside our permission role and permission controller. After the store, in here we will create a new method. Let's call this add permission to role. And for this we need the role ID. So we will accept ID as a parameter. Then let's get all the roles. So let's get all the role with the permission. So for that we will type role wait and permissions. And finally find or fail and pass our ID. Then we will return the permission page by typing return inertia. Let's fix, yeah, inertia render and our page path, which is role/permissions. And in here let's pass the role as a role, and also we need all the permissions. So for that I will just type all permissions and set it to permission all. Now let's create this permission page as well. So let's go to our resources, and in the role in here we will just call this permission.jsx. Now let's create our page by typing export the full function permissions, and in here I send two data. One is role and one is all permissions. So we will call both of them inside our parameter. So let's call role and permission. And inside this function, we will return our, first of all, add our dashboard. So dashboard layout. Then inside this page, we have to display all the permissions. So we have to map it and display all the permission with a checkbox. So let's create a map in here for all our permissions. So let's type all permissions dot map and give a map parameter of permission by the name of permission, then create our checkboxes. So first thing that is that we need the permission name to display. So for that, let's create a label and give it a key. And for the key, we will use the ID. And for the text itself, we are going to make a checkbox. So let's create our checkbox in here. So let's create our input type is equal to checkbox. And finally, let's display our text. So let's create a span and call our permission dot name. Now let's go and create a route to display this page also. So let's close all of them. We don't need these right now. Okay. So inside our roles route group in here, we will create a new route with the type of gate, and we will call add permission to role, and we accept the ID. Then let's call our role permission controller. So role permission controller colon class and the method name, which is add permission to role. Now let's add this route into our button. So let's go back to our role index, and in our table where we map all our roles in here. For the edit, I will change this to permissions and pass my URL. So let's delete this one and let's call our route, which is role slash add user to role, and we also have to pass the role ID. So role cls.id. Okay, let's go to our browser. Okay, in the web.page, everything is okay. Let's refresh. Okay, now we want to add some roles to the admin. So let's click this. Okay, so we got our permissions in here. Now we have to add them inside a form so we can submit it to the backend. So let's go back to our permission.js, and before our map in here, we have to create a form. So let's create a form and put this inside our form. Then let's create a function to handle the form submit. So first of all, let's type here on submit handle submit. Now let's create our handle submit function, but before that, let's call the use form. So let's import use form from Inertia, and in here let's create a const with data set data, the type post, and also let's call the processing and set it to use form. Now let's create const handle submit, and inside this function we will say e dot prevent default to prevent the default behavior of the form, and we are going to post it in a URL. So for now, let's keep it blank. So let's go and create the URL for our post. So let's fix this. Let's go out to our web.php, and in here, let's create a new route with the name of assign permissions to role. And in here, we also need the role ID. So we will pass the role ID, and let's create our roles, call our roles and permission controller, and assign permissions method. Now let's create this method. Let's call public function assign permission, and in here we will accept request and also the role ID. So first thing that we have to find the
role by typing role colon find or fail and pass the ID. Then after that, we have to add all the permissions that we get from the user, all this permission to our role. So for that, I will just say role sync permission and pass the permissions that I get from the user. So sync permission, what it will do, it will not just add the permission, it will check if it's the permission is exists, it does not delete it. If it's not there, it will add. Otherwise, if the user, for example, uncheck any permission, it will just delete that one. So let's return back to the rules.index or return redirect and to the route. So we will say roles dot index. That's it. Actually, let's give him a message also. Let's say success permissions added successfully. Now let's add this route to our form. So let's go to permissions and in here let's call roles and our newly created assign permission to role and finally the role ID. So we will say role dot ID. Now let's save everything. Let's go here. Okay, we forgot our submit button. Let's go down and in here let's create a button with a type of submit and call it save permissions. Now let's go back, refresh. We got our button in here, but let's give them a class also. So let's say class name and this give them this class name. Okay, we got our button in here. Now let's go and create a function to handle the on change of our checkboxes and set it to data so we can submit our form. So in the checkbox in here, let's create call on change and in here we will call a function toggle permission. Then we will pass the permission name. So permission name. Now let's go and create this function. So in here let's create cons and our function name. Then in the parameter we will get the permission. So permission and in here inside this function we will check if data dot permissions dot includes permission name permission. So let's change this to permission name so we can don't get confused. So if this condition is true, then we will set our data permissions, set data permissions and data dot permissions dot filter be not equal to permission name, else set data permissions. So permissions and data dot permissions and permission name. That's it. Let's make it a small p. Now let's create our permissions array also, which we get from the server by typing permissions and get it from permissions dot map p and we just want the name. That's it. Now let's go to the browser. In here, let's select some permissions and click save permission. Okay, we got the text that the permission as okay, we got permission added successfully. Now, if we go to inside our database and refresh the page, in here we can see all the list of permissions and the role IDs in outside our database. Now, if we click the permission again, all our permission which we selected previously are gone. So let's fix them so they can be checked by default.
if we already have those permissions. So let's go to inside our input checkbox, and in here let's tag check and check inside the our permissions array. If the name exists, then we will mark it as the true. So we will type here data dot permissions dot includes, and in here we will pass the permission name. Now, if we go back to our browser, let's refresh. We got our default permissions that we have selected previously. So if I select all of them, so let's select all of them and click save. Now, if I click permissions again, all of them have been pre-selected. So if I unselect this two, save, go back, this two are unselected. So up to now we have learned how we can create the role, how we can add permission to that role. Now it's time for us to a- assign users. So assign users to these rules. So to save some time, I already created a page and controller methods for assigning the users. If I go to my project, in here I create a new page with the user.jsx, which does exactly same as the permissions page, but just with some extra styles and classes. And if I go to assign user permission, it looks like this, just this, but the rest all the logics are same. We have our submit handle submit function, we have toggle users, we have our use form hook, all everything same as the permissions. And in the controller, if I go to my role and permission controller, in here I created this two method, one to display the page with role and the list of the users, and another method to assign the user to the role. First, I fetch the selected role based on the ID, then I get the list of the users which I get from the request, and for each user I add them inside that role. This is the only important code in this video, so that's why I created everything. So this if you want to assign a user in a role, you just use assign role function. Then finally we return it back to the index. So if we go in here and select some users. So if I select these and click save users, I get users assigned to role successfully. And even if I refresh, their users are pre-selected. Now, let's see how we can remove a user from this role. For example, if I want to remove this user, now if I click save user and refresh, this user is all as not removed. So we want to remove them by deselected. So let's go back. Let's go to our rules and permission controller. Before this, for each, first in here, I will fetch all the users that are currently in this role. So for that, I can tag users model role, and I will pass the role name. Then I will fetch all the users. Now in here I can make a loop. So for that I can just take each and create a callback function with the user as a parameter. Then we will use the role itself. Then inside here we will just say user remove role and the role. That's it. This will remove all the users from this rule, and we will add them back in here. The reason is because the user can select and deselect from the same page. So that's why we remove all the users from that role, then we add them back. So let's fetch this also user. Now let's save everything, go back. Now select this one, save users, refresh. Now the user has been deselected and I can add them back. Now, let's see how we can show and hide something based on the user role. So, for example, in my sidebar, I want to show and hide these links based on the user role. So, let's go to our project. First thing that I have to do is to go to my middleware handle inertia request. In here, I have to pass all the user roles to the front end to all the pages. So for that, I will type permissions, and in here first I will check if the user is logged in or not, or check if the user is authenticated. Then on that case I will fetch all the user roles, so sorry, all the user permissions. So I will type get all permissions and I will plug the name of them, else just an empty array. That's it. Let's import the auth class also. Auth. Now I can access all the permissions in my all the pages. So let's go to our components, and inside of my cyber.js6, in here I can fetch the permissions using props of use page. So in here I will type the prop. Now I will create a variable with the name of permissions and set it to props dot permissions, the permissions that we get from the middleware. Now let's create a function in here to check the given permission is included in here or not. So for that, in here we have to type const can, and in here we need the permission from the user. So I will name it permission name, and I will check that permissions dot include the permission name. That's it. Now whenever I use the can and give the permission name, it will check if it's include here, it will bring true, and if it's not there, it will return false. Now let's use our can function. So in here in the students we can use it. So let's type can and give them up the permission name. So for our students, let's its view is students, and in here just let's type, and I pass our li inside this. So let's cut it from here and paste it inside this. Same thing we can do with the teachers and classes also. So let's copy this and paste it here, change it to view teachers, put this here. Let's do same thing for the classes as well. Copy and paste and change it to view classes. Now if we go to our page, let's refresh. Now all the sidebars links are gone except the dashboard, because we did not give any permission for the dashboard, and our user is the admin. So let's add our users are also in here. This is our user. Click save. Now all the links are here. Now let's remove some permission and see that it's showing or not. So let's go back to our role and admin role. In here click the permissions. So I don't want to give permission to the students, so I will remove all the permissions from the student side. So no need for these. Click save. Now as you guys can see, the student link is gone, but if I go and add those permissions back, save, the student link come back. Up to now, we have covered almost all the basic and essential parts of the Spotty roles and permission package. If you guys want to know more about this package, you guys can visit their website and see all the demos, all the examples from their website. So this is their website. You guys can visit it. Now that we have finished the rules and permission, it's time for us to im- see how we can import and export our data into a Excel file. So for that, first thing that we have to do is to go to Google and in here type Laravel-Excel to install a package. So we are going to use this package to import and export our data into Excel. Then let's click to documentation and installation. The first requirement is that we have to enable some extensions. So let's open our XAMPP and let's go to the conf. Let's start it first. Then let's go to config php.ini. In here, search for this extension GD. Let's copy this and paste it here. Search for this. This is the extension. Remove this semicolon from this. And also, if you have not enabled the zip extension, I highly recommend to enable this one also. Remove the semicolon from front of this also. Now let's click save, close this, stop our XAMPP and start again. Now let's scroll down to the installation section and copy this. So let's copy and let's go to our project, paste it here. Let's remove these, enter. Okay, let's copy, go back and let's copy this one. Copy and paste it to our project. Let's clear everything from here, paste and enter. Okay, it's being installed. Okay, so the installation is finished. And if we come to our composer.json, in here, we can see that the latest version have been installed in our application. Now we can create our import and export. First, I will demonstrate the export of our records into Excel sheet. Then after that, we will work on the import. So let's close this and clear our terminal. Now let's go back to the documentation, and in the documentation, if you guys see here, we have exports and 5-minute quick start. Click this one in here. It gives us a demo how we can create an export. So let's copy this and paste it inside our terminal. Then we can change the name of the file. So let's call this one students export. So let's type student export, and for the model we are going to use our students model. So in the state of user I am going to type students, enter. Our file has been created. Now if I go to inside my app exports, I have a new file with the name of students export. Now if I don't change anything, directly export, call this class, it will export everything inside my students table. So let's go to our students controller, and in here call this class. So let's create a new method in here. Let's call it public function export, and in here we will type return excel colon colon download, and we will call our students exporting here. So new students export. Then in the second parameter, we will have to give them the file name. So in our case, we will give them student.xlsx with the extension of Excel. This is done. Now let's go to our web.php to call this method. So let's go to here, and in our students group, in here, let's create a new route with the type of get, and give them a URL of students slash export. Then we can call our method in here, and we can also give them a name as well. So let's give them a name of students dot export. That's it. Now let's go to our students views and call create a button to call this route. So let's go to our resources.js students and index.jsx. In here, let's scroll down until our link. In here, let's create a new button. I will choose a link with the href off, and in here let's call route and give them the name of our route, which is students.export. So let's copy this from here and paste it in here, and give them a text also, a label ex- export students. That's it. Let's save everything. Now let's go to our project. Okay, let's refresh. Now we have our export students. So let's click this one. It has been exported. So let's open this. Okay, as you guys can see, I have all my students in here, but there is one small problem that this does not have any headings. So let's see how we can give him a heading as well. So let's go back to our project inside our students export, and the top in here and the same line of your class you have to type with headings, and it will automatically add this class also. Then we have to create a function to specify our headings. So let's create a function with the name of headings, and this one will return an array. So let's type our function body also and return an array. Now in here we have to specify our headings. So for example, I have ID, then I have name, and also let's bring the email also. Now, since I am just writing this three columns, so I will not use all. I have to specify the columns of my students also to fetch only this three columns. So let's change this to select ID, name, and email. And in here, let's add our get function. Now let's save everything and let's go back to our project. Let's click export student. It's been exported. Now let's open this. Now I have my ID heading, email, name, and email. So this is how we can export. In the next part, we will see how we can import from our Excel sheet. Now let's see how we can import from an Excel sheet. So let's go to our browser and in the Laravel Excel documentation, in the imports, and click 5-minute quick start. In here we have this command php artisan make import. So let's copy this and let's go to our project, paste it in the terminal. So let's paste it in here. Then first of all, we have to give it a name. So I will give him a name of a student import, and I will attach my students model. So students enter. Our file has been created. If I go to inside my app, here we have a new folder with the name of imports, and inside this our file. In here we have a method with the name of model which returns a new student. So inside this we can define the our column names and the Excel sheet column names. In here I already created an Excel sheet with these data in it with name, email, age, date of birth, gender, and score column. So we want to add this inside our database. So let's and our students in here, let's type all the column names. So we have name, and in our Excel sheet for the name we have with the same name. Then we have email, same column in our Excel sheet we have email. So in here I will type row email. Then we have age. Let's do same for all of them. Uh, right here age. Okay. So we have added all the columns that we need to add inside our database except the image and the user ID, because each of our students have a user in our table. So we have to create a user for them as well. So to create a new user for my students in the before the return, in here I will create a new variable with the name of the user, and in here I will create my user. So I will say user first, or create if it's not available, then create if it's available, fetch the first one. Then inside the first parameter, I will check based on the email. So I will say email i- is equal to row what we get from our Excel sheet inside our email column. Then in the second parameter of this, I will define my column name. So what I want is the name, which will I will get from the column name of name, and I want password. So we don't have password, we will set the default password, which is the hash of the password. So in here I will type hash colon colon make, and make the hash of password. That's it. Now in the user, in here I can access my newly created user, and I will say user ID is equal to $sign user ID. That's it. And for the image, let's set it to null for now. Now we have to also add all these columns inside our fillable method, fillable array. So let's copy all of them from here. Let's copy, and let's go to our inside our students, and the top let's create a array. So protected $sign fillable is equal to the list of all our columns. So let's paste it here. Let's protected. Okay. Now everything, our students import is set, our model is set. Now we have to create a method inside our students controller to call students import. So let's create this method in here. Let's type public function import, and this will accept a request, $sign request. Then inside the body of our method, first we have to validate the request, which we want a file, and to be more specific, we want an Excel file. So we will type request validate. Then inside here we will say we want a file which is required, and this file should be mean the type of this file should be XLSX or CSV. Now let's call our student import class in here. So let's type again Excel colon colon import new student import, and in the second parameter of this we will say request file, and the file itself. Then finally we will return back the user to the index page. So in here we will type return redirect back with a message also, so success, and we will say students imported successfully. That's it. Now we just have to create a route and a form inside our index.jsx. So first let's create the route to add a file. So let's go to our web.php, and inside our students group, in here let's create a new route with a type of post, and let's give him a URL of students slash import and call our import method and give him a name as well if you guys want. So student dot import. Done. Now let's go to our index.js, and in here let's create a new form so we can upload our file from here. Now let's create a form in here, and inside on submit of this form we will create our function, our arrow function. Then the first thing that I will do is to prevent the default behavior of that form to not refresh my page. Then I will create a cons with the name of form data and set it to new form data and pass a dot target as a parameter. Then in here I will add my URL. So I will type router dot post is equal to route and students dot import. Then I will pass my form data since we are sending a file. So in here we have to force form data to true. Now let's create our input file. So in here let's type input type is equal to file and give it a name of file as well. Now since we want to only accept the CSV and XLS file from the user, nothing else. So in here I will type CSV and .xlx, and let's make it required as well. Then let's create our submit button. So in here let's type button type is equal to submit and give it a text of import students. Okay, that's it. Let's save it. Let's go to our project. Now we have our form in here. Now let's upload a file. So let's click choose file and select our file in here. Then click import students. We got this error and define array key email. So let's go back to our project. In here and the student import. Okay. So since our Excel file have headings in the first row, so for that in our students import and the be- class students before, after this we have to type with heading row to say to the Laravel Excel that our Excel sheet have a heading row. So now let's go back. Let's refresh and re-upload our file. Click import student. We got an invalid. Okay, so we have a problem with our date of birth. So for now, let's go here and make this add something static. So 2000 dash 01 and 01. Let's save this. Let's go back, import student. Okay. So all our students from the Excel sheet have been uploaded to our database. As you guys can see in here, we have Z, Y, X, all our students in here and same students in here. So this is how we can import from a Excel or CSV file. Now that we know how we can import and export from an Excel sheet, let's see how we can generate a PDF. Before that, let's fix our relationships in the model. So let's go inside our models and fix some of our missing relationships. So let's go to class.php and in here, let's create a new relationship for our student classes. So public function student classes and we will say return $, this has many student classes, class, with the function foreign key. If I come to my database and refresh my student classes table, in here, as you guys can see, I have a class ID. So in here, I will type class ID. Same thing I have to do in my students also. So let's go to our student model, and in here, let's create a method. So let's type public function student classes and return $, this has many student classes, class, and in here student ID. Our relationships are done. Now let's go and install our package. So let's go to our browser, and in the Google we have to type Laravel DOM PDF and select this GitHub repo. Now let's scroll down and for the installation. So we have to copy this, copy and paste it inside our terminal. So let's open our terminal and paste it here. Let's clear this, and we don't need this one also. Now enter. Now let's wait until the installation is finished. Okay, so the installation is finished. Now let's go back to the browser and publish the config file. So let's scroll down in the configuration, and we have to copy this. So let's copy this line of code also and paste it in our terminal as well. Press enter. Okay, that's it. Now we can generate our PDFs. So for that, let's go to our inside our students controller. So let's go to HTTP controller, and in our students controller, in here I will create a PDF to show the student result, or to generate the report card of the students and display the score of the students. So let's create a new method in here. Let's say public function student report, and I will accept the ID of the student. So let's create a variable and fetch our student. So student with student classes dot class, the relationship that we created previously, and find or failed, we will pass the ID to fetch the student. Now after that we have to return a view or get a view for PDF. For PDF we don't have to create a JSX page. For that we have to create a blade file. So for that, in here let's create a new folder, and let's call this PDFs. Inside here I will create a new file with the name of student report dot blade dot php. Remember, for PDF we cannot generate .jsx file. We have to create .blade.php because it will generate a PDF in the server side. So let's go back to our student controller, and in here let's create a new variable with the name of PDF and assign it to the PDF. And also let's import this in the top here. If your ID does not import it automatically, then after that load view, and we will pass our view path. So it's inside our PDFs and student report. So in here I will type PDFs dot student report, and also we will pass our student as a data also. So compact student. We can also set the paper site. For that, we have to just type set paper and we will say make it as A4, and the orientation also we can set that also. For example, portrait. That's it. Now let's return $sign PDF stream to download the PDF with the name of student report and pass the student ID dot pd sorry here dot pdf. So this is our file name which we get download. Now let's go and create a route for this also. So let's go to our web.php inside our student group, and in here let's create a new route with the type of get and call this students slash we pass the student ID and finally report dash PDF and our method name which is student report, and also let's give them a name as well. So name should be students dot report dot pdf. That's it. Now let's go inside our student report dot blade, and in here let's write our blade file and print our PDFs. So in here let's create an HTML tag. Let's give them a title of student report and generate a table to display the list of our scores, student scores. So in here, let's create table. Okay, I will pause the video because it will take some time and I don't want to make the video shorter. Once I am finished, then we can continue. Okay, so I have created the HTML part with the CSS, added some styles in the top, and in here I created a table. Inside table body, I looped through all student classes and display the student, the loop number, the class name, and the score. And in here, if the score is not available, it will show in A. So our PDF blade is done. Now we just have to call this URL somehow and download this PDF. So for that we have to create a button or a link to call this link URL. For that, let's go to inside our component, and in here I will create a new component. Maybe in the future we need it again, and I will call this component students pdf.jsx. Now in here let's create a function with the student pdf name, and we will accept the student ID. Then let's create a cons with the name of open report pdf and set it to an arrow function. In here, what we want is that when the user clicks it, it should open a new tab and download the PDF. So for that, I will type window dot open and pass my URL. So my URL is student slash the ID, the same thing that we wrote here. So let's copy this and paste it here. And in the state of ID, we will just type the student ID that we get from the front end. Then in the second parameter of this, I will say blank. and that's the because it should open it in a new tab. Now let's return a button. So let's type here button, and on click of this we will call our open open report PDF function. And if you want, we can also give them a class name for design. So button outline primary. That's it. Let's give them a text as well. View report PDF. And let's export this. Export default student PDF. Okay, our component is also ready. We just have to call our component from anywhere we want. So let's go to pages, student. Let's call it from inside the index. First of all, let's import our component. So let's type import students PDF from component. Now let's call it with our here. So at the end, in here, I will just type student PDF and pass the ID of the student. So it will be student dot ID. That's it. Okay, now let's go to our browser. Let's go to our project. We have view report PDF. So let's click one of them. Perfect. Now we got the report card of this student in algebra, and these things don't have any number in music to, theory and also creative coding. This is the number. And also if I click some other student, let's click this one. This is the report card of this student. So this is how we can generate a PDF in our Laravel project with Inertia. Now that we can generate a PDF, it's way better to send report card to the student email instead of downloading this. So let's see how we can create an email and attach an attachment on that email, then we can send it. So first thing is to set up our .env. So let's click in our .env and let's find the mail mailer in here. This is here we have our mail configuration. We can change this and set it to our setting. So I'm going to use my Gmail account to send the email. So for that, first thing in an mailer in a state of log, I will change this to SMTP, and we don't need mail schema, so let's comment this out. Then for the mail host, I will type smtp.gmail.com. For the port, I will use 587, and for the username in here, I have to type my own email address. So for now, my own email at gmail.com. Later, I will add my own email in here. And for the password, for this, we have to create an app password from our Gmail account. So then mail from address, we don't need this one, and mail from name. Now in mail from name, it will use our uh, application name, which is Laravel, but you can change it also. So in here, for example, I will say, let's say school management, or you can add your school name also. So now let's go and generate a password from our email address. So let's go to my email address and let's click your profile, then click manage your Google account, and in the search bar type a passwords, then select the app passwords. Remember that in here you have to have two-factor authentication. Otherwise, you cannot generate a password. Now, because I don't have any other application, it's directly asking me for the app name. So I will say school management or any other name that you want. It's completely up to you. Then click create. Now our app password has been created. So let's copy this from here and paste it in here as an string. So let's delete everything. Everything is set. Let's clear our terminal. Now we can create a mail and attach our PDF in there. So for that, we will type PHP artisan make mail and give it a name. So in my case, student report mail. Let's make the in capital as well. Enter. Now our mail class has been created. If I go to my app, there is a new folder with the name of mail, and in here our file. First, in here we have construct method. In here we can define our parameters, what parameters or what we want, what should we get when this class is called. Then we have our envelope. We can type the email subject in here. What will be the email subject? Then after that, the content. In here we will pass the body of the email. What we want to write, or we can here pass a view also. And finally we have attachment method. In here we will attach our PDF with the email. So first let's create our construct method. So in here we need two variables to get it from the controller. The first one is student, and the second one is the PDF itself. So this two. Now we have to assign the value of this using in our construct method. So let's type the student and the PDF, and in here we will type this dollar sign student. Sorry, no dollar sign. Student is equal to dollar sign student, and same for the PDF. We can do is equal to PDF. Now we have set the value of this two with this two parameter that we will get from that controller later. Then in the envelope we can write our subject. So let's change this to your report card. Then in the content we have to create our view. So let's go to our resources, views, and in here let's create a new folder with the name of emails, and inside this let's create our view student report dot blade dot php. Remember that we cannot create a .jsx file for the email. We have to create the blade file. So let's go inside our view. For now, let's keep it empty. First, let's finish the mail controller. So in the view, in the state of view, I will type my folder name, which is emails, and my file name, student dash report. And we can also pass our student here. So we can write the student name. So let's pass the student object also. So with an array, and we will say student dollar sign this student. That's it. Now let's go to attachment part, and in the attachment array, the return array, we will call attachment colon colon from data. Then inside here we will create a callback function, and we will call our set our PDF. You can also give them a name. So we will call it student report, and same as previous, let's pass the ID. So let's type here $this, $this, student ID, and finally the extension. And we can also set the type of this, which is PDF. So let's say with name and application slash PDF. That's it. Our class is set. Now we can create our view. So let's go to student report, and in here let's create an HTML. Let's give them a title of student report. In the body, we will just say, for example, hello, and the student name. There's an student name. Then uh, you can type anything in here you want as a message. For example, your report card is attached as a PDF. And finally, best regards. That's it. We don't have to type anything else, or any message. If you want, you can type. So this one is also done. Our class is also done. Now let's go to our controller, students controller. So let's go to HTTP controller and student controller. At the end, let's create a new method in here. In here, let's type public function and give them a name of email report, and we will accept same as previous the ID of the student. And let's copy everything that we wrote in the student report. So let's copy all of them and paste them in here. And just in the PDF, we have to write a one more function and say we want the output. Not, we don't want to download it, we just want the output. Then after that, we have to call our mail class in here. So for that, we will type mail colon colon to. Now in here, we have to define the student email address. So we will say student email, and we will say send. Then in here, we will call our student report mail. So let's type new student report mail. And as we said, we need two parameters. One is the student object and one is our PDF. So first we will pass our student, then we will pass our PDF. That's it. Now let's return back to the user with a message also. So let's say return back with success and say report sent to student email. Okay, done. Now let's create a route for this also. So let's inside our student group in here, let's create a new route. Let's type route colon colon get and slash students. Then we need the ID of the student, and finally email report. And we will call our method in here, which is email report. We can let's give him a name also, students dot email dot send. Okay, our web.php is also done. Now let's go and create a components to call this route. So let's go to our JS components, and in here let's create a new file and call this one email report button .jsx. Inside this, we will create our function. So let's call function email report button, and we need the student ID. So we will same as previous for the PDF that we did. Actually, it's way better to copy it. So let's copy our PDF. Let's copy this and paste it here and change the name, email report button, then change the view report PDF to send report and the URL students, then student IDs, and instead of report PDF, we will just type email report. And this time we don't want to open this in the new tab, so no need for the blank. Okay, everything is set. Now let's go to our page and inside student, then index, and in here let's import our button. So import email report, and let's call this, let's scroll down here, email report button, and pass the student ID, student.id. That's it. Okay. So only thing that is remaining is my email address. I will pause the video and type my email in here. Okay, I wrote my email address in here. Now everything is set. Let's go to our browser and let's go to our project, refresh. Okay, now we have our sent report in here also. So now let's click this and we got mailer SMPT is not okay. Let's go back to our project. Here I wrote it as SMTP. Let's fix this one also. Save. Now let's close this and click again. Okay, we got our notification. Now let's go and check our email. Let's click on the send. We got here the email has been sent. Okay, I know the email was fake. Now if I open the email, hello, your report card is attached, best card, and we can download it also. Let's view it. So this is the report card of this student. So this is how we can create our email in the Laravel Inertia and React.